Ooh. That's fun. Welcome, everyone. I now call the November 1st, 2022 regular City Council meeting to order. We are going to have some members of Girl Scout Troop 46724 come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I think Jan Harris and Mila Tazzoni, can you come up? The City of Bothell is now providing the option of attending council meetings remotely or in person. Public comment will be allowed, both in writing or verbally. Verbal comments may be taken either in person or remotely. Sign-up sheets were provided online by the City Clerk's office via link from the agenda. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for members of the public who wish to call in by phone to listen live to the meeting. If you have called in, we ask that you mute your device so as not to interfere with the meeting. If a participant fails to mute their connection and causes a disruption to the meeting, the connection will be terminated. At this point, we'll take a moment to take roll call of the council members by position number. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Councilmember Zorns?
Here.
Mayor Thompson?
Here.
Councilmember Alders?
Here.
Councilmember McNeil?
Here.
Councilmember Mankey? Councilmember Dodd?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Here.
All present with the exception of Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next, I'd like to reiterate some meeting guidelines. For all remote meeting attendees, please speak clearly and pause frequently. State your name each time before speaking and mute your microphone when not speaking. The first item on the agenda is meeting agenda approval. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none. We'll move on to presentations, reports, and briefings, and I believe we have public engagement opportunities. First being a virtual open house for Sammamish River and Wainita Creek Restoration Project. It's in November 1st through the 30th online. You can learn about the project and share your feedback about design alternatives for the salmon habitat portion of the former Wayne Golf Course. You can learn more at bothellwa.gov/SRWC. On November 19th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. we have Orca Recovery Day. Join our belated celebration by volunteering to help plant native trees and shrubs in part of the former Wayne Golf Course to help cool the water for salmon. You can learn more at bothellwa.gov/Orca Day 2022. And we have an Arbor Day volunteer event now through, I'm going to guess it's not supposed to say October 25th. You can celebrate the 150-year anniversary of Arbor Day with community volunteers and help plant trees and shrubs at the former Wayne Golf Course. You can learn more at bothellwa.gov/Arbor Day. All right. Next up, we have a proclamation for Native American Heritage Month. Whereas Native American Heritage Month is a time to celebrate the rich and diverse cultures, traditions, and histories of Native people, and whereas Native Americans have played a unique and distinguished role in our nation's history through vital contributions to government, education, religion, architecture, environment, and security, and whereas Washington State is home to 29 federally recognized Indian tribes with well over 300,000 Washington residents identifying as American Indian, Alaska Native, alone or in combination with another race, and whereas all indigenous people are respected and celebrated as part of Bothell's history, land that was first inhabited by the Willow people, who were members of a larger group called the People of the Lake and the Duwamish tribe, and whereas Native nations were separated from their homelands due to battles, genocide, and Western expansion, and while honoring the customs and accomplishments of Native Americans, we also acknowledge our nation's history of colonialism that has inflicted discrimination and deprivation upon indigenous people. And whereas we recognize the historical importance of local and national tribes, as well as the continued enrichment Native American heritage adds to all aspects of our society, And now, therefore, I, Mason Thompson, do hereby proclaim the month of November as Native American Heritage Month in the city of Bothell, and encourage our community to actively seek knowledge about the original inhabitants of North America and commit to preserve Native American heritage and traditions for generations to come. And I believe we have Elmer Brown here to accept. Fantastic. Yeah.
I did want to say, as a Native American descendant, a member of the Sisseton Wahpeton Sioux tribe of South Dakota, I'm also a descendant of Oglala Lakota and Bitterroot Salish people of western Montana. It's been an honor for me to be in this position to accept this on behalf of all Indigenous people. But for me, I'm very proud of my heritage, my history, and of my family. And I've come a long way, but I followed those that led the way. And we've been more than just history. We're proud people, and we're here and serving in public office now. I have cousins who are lawyers and judges, and we serve as police officers and firefighters. My cousin had just retired as a fire chief in Nevada. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we have a proclamation for Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and was the year when Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas 2022 is the 150th anniversary of the holiday, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and beautifying our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and renewal. And whereas the Bothell Parks and Recreation Board will celebrate Arbor Day on November 5th, 2022 by planting trees and shrubs on the front 9 at the former Wayne Golf Course property. Now, therefore, I, Mason Thompson, Mayor of the City of Bothell, do hereby proclaim November 5th, 2022 as the official celebration of Arbor Day in the City of Bothell, and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, and further urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. And I believe we have a couple people from Parks here. Scott Purdy and Laurel Cyrus here to accept. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for the support. Just wanted to let everyone know this Saturday, November 5th, at the former Wayne Golf Course on the front 9, we'll be holding our Arbor Day event with some native plantings from 10 a.m. to noon. We'll have some coffee and donuts for everybody and hope to see everybody out there. Thank you for the support.
Thank you.
All right, next we have a presentation and recognition of Girl Scout Troop 46724, a silver award for Women Need CPR 2. And Chief Crone is here to say a few words.
I am, thank you, and I'm going to stay on the script for a few minutes just to keep myself out of trouble because I tend to ramble on, but thank you. I'd like to take a minute tonight to recognize 2 local Girl Scouts, Jam Harris and Mila Tazzoni. You can come on up here, you two. How'd you split up? Okay. There we go. You can just take it. So we're recognizing these two tonight for their work on making CPR more accessible across the community through their Silver Award project titled Women Need CPR Too. You guys get that? Yeah, sorry. I should ask you to bring our friend up. So according to a study published by the American Heart Association in 2018, only 39% of women receive CPR from bystanders in public settings compared to 45% of men, which I found fascinating. I had no idea there was even such a thing, but apparently that is a thing. These two young ladies are working to close the gap by sewing breasted vests for CPR training mannequins. The vests are used on the mannequins during training to help prepare staff for performing CPR on patients with different body types. Staff have already used the vests in 2 CPR courses, and the feedback has been very positive. But we've begun the process of replacing aging CPR equipment with new, more accessible equipment. And so they've done a fantastic job here. I would just say, I got to do the plug for CPR. So we all know that King County, the Puget Sound area, 76% of witnessed out-of-hospital sudden cardiac arrests. So someone just drops. We have bystander CPR initiated 76% of the time. That's phenomenal. Of that, because of that, we have a 51% save rate in this part of the country. 51% of people who are witnessed and have CPR survive versus the national average of 33%. So if you have a cardiac event, this is the place to have it. These two doing their help to put that out and get more people active in CPR is phenomenal. And one more little plug, there's a thing out now, if you haven't seen it, there's an app called Pulse Point. Pulse Point, you can sign up for that. It will notify you if there's a cardiac event within a quarter mile of where you're standing. And you have the option to help or not. You don't have to, you're not obligated to help, but that's another way we can get people out in the public, bystanders, to help with CPR and save rates. So I congratulate these two. And I would like to give them a special recognition. We have a fire chief's coin that we give out occasionally to folks who do good things, usually in the department. But I wanted to recognize these two for their efforts they've made to make CPR more accessible to everybody. So thank you, two.
Very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. A picture. You want to get a picture? Here, or what do you want? Up there? Let's go. Come on, let's go.
All right. Next up is one I'm personally looking forward to. We're going to recognize former Councilmember Davina Duerr. Davina, can you come up to the podium? And this is our opportunity to thank Davina for her service. And if you would like to say a few words, you're more than welcome to.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you for the recognition. I guess I would say I grew up on a dirt road in upstate New York, and my singular ambition was to raise my kids in a community. And when I saw Bothell Main Street, that was it for me. This is a very, very special place, and I know that the best is yet to come, and so I thank all of you for your continued service and appreciate all that you do for the community.
Councilmember Dodd, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Davina, for your service. You've set such a good example for engaging with people and really just being a part of the community and representing people. So thank you for that example, and thank you for your continued service.
Thank you.
Pushy Zorn's coming up here. I'll try to keep this short. So I was thinking back when I first met you, you and I and another person were driving down to Olympia for, I think it was maybe AWC put it on so you want to be a candidate. And I remember riding in the back seat and I was quizzing you guys. And I said, you guys know what TDRs are? And you were like, no. I'm like, guys, you got to know some of these things. Well, didn't take you long to get over that learning curve, and I think everybody has been running to catch up. You were a quick study. Couple of other things that that leapt out on me that were fun things in the early days. One was the opening up the shoulder on 405. I think that happened, was that the first year you were on council? It happened really fast. And when I go 405, I think, do you guys even know why the shoulders opened up? So, good first touch. And I was also remembering another time where you and Andy had gone down. Our city had been poorly lacking representation in Olympia. We just, it was a desert. And you and Andy went down. You'll remember the details of why you were down there. I'm sure it was transportation related.
405.
405. And you came and you put me on the speakerphone, and you two were ecstatic because Bothell was finally being recognized. So I've appreciated you as a friend. I've appreciated you for putting Bothell out and getting us back on the map. And I've appreciated watching how much you really love your kids, and you're a devoted mom. So thank you for the heart and soul that you put into things.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank you, not only that you served our community as a council member, but also that you continue to serve in the legislature. Thank you for your continued service. And I remember the first time I met you was at a council conversations that you hosted at the library. And I just remember feeling so impressed that we had elected officials who were willing to go out and have, small groups. And, they're usually pretty small groups, but it's really open for the community as a time to do that. And just for the example that you've set to all of us up here, and how you continue to inspire us. My newsletter is inspired by you. I keep it up for that reason, because I remember just really appreciating having somebody on council who cared to keep the community updated. And so now that I'm here, thank you for letting me keep that torch going. So thank you, and for your continued service as well.
Thank you for continuing the newsletter. I know a lot of people really appreciate it.
Councilmember McNeil?
Thank you, Mayor. Seems like 7 years ago was just yesterday when we first ran together. A lot of great work has happened. We did a lot of great work together on behalf of our community, and the service that you've done to the community is unparalleled. So I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart as not only a council member, but a community member, that I appreciate all the hard work, dedication that you've put into this community. We're not always on the same side of things, but the fact that we can have a conversation, a civil conversation, is important. And I think that, your continued leadership down in Olympia will help the community of Bothell ensure that our voice is heard on important matters that matter to us here at home. And I remember serving on a lot of different committees with you. And when we first ran, that was one of the things that we wanted to do, is ensure that our voice was heard here in Bothell. So thank you for your leadership. Continue to look forward to working with you in Olympia.
Thank you so much.
Go for it.
I better go before the mayor does. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. Thank you, Davina, so much. We haven't known each other for too long, but the time that you're an inspiration to all the new council members. The stuff you did for the community, the fact that you did the dual jobs of being on council and taking up the big responsibility of being representative, the first district representative in Olympia, says a lot about you and your strong convictions and the values you espouse. So thank you so much. I really appreciate knowing you, and hopefully we'll, as part of the community, we'll be running into each other here more.
Thank you. I'm not going anywhere. This is my town.
All right, it's my turn. I wrote this down. I'm going to have to scroll a little bit, but I didn't want to forget any of this because this is important. I wasn't planning on telling the first time I met you story, but a couple of my colleagues did. The first time I met you, my thought was, don't mess with that one. And I don't always get things right, but I got that one right. So thank you for everything you've done for Bothell. From concrete things like working to save the Anderson School while you were the chair of the Landmarks Board, to your work to save the former Wayne Golf Course, to running for council, to being the deputy mayor, all of your work on the Safe Streets and Sidewalks levy, as well as the public safety levy and bond. And thanks for your last couple of years on council, where you were the rep and the council member, and we seemed to be super successful in our legislative asks for some reason. I can't quite figure out why. But thank you also for less concrete things, like being a mentor and a friend. And thanks for showing a new generation of council members what it's like to serve Bothell well, to listen, care, and always do the right thing. Thanks for showing us how important it is to do the work off the dais that nobody sees, and how important it is to be the same person in public and in private. Your combination of always following through and your utter inability to say anything other than exactly the truth as you see it has meant I could always trust you. And that's at times a difficult thing to find in this line of work. And knowing that you always had my back, even when we disagreed, even when you were giving constructive criticism, it meant the world to me. But it's not just me. Every single one of us up here, you have supported in some way. You've run alongside of us. You've asked us to run. You've supported us as we seek this job. And you have Tuesday nights free now, but you still resonate here. Bothell is forever in your debt. You've accomplished what really I think any of us hope for, which is to leave it better than you found it. I am confident that you'll continue being just as effective of an advocate for Bothell as you always have been in your role in the legislature, because doing the right work for the right reasons is just part of who you are. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, all of you. Just one other thing. I have a step stool under that dais somewhere that you probably, none of you need. Thank you.
You can present her the step stool. I gave her the plaque. Okay. And we are going to take a break for, I probably need to tell exactly how long. We're going to take a break for 10 minutes, and we're going to go and eat some cake. So if anybody wants some cake, there's some cake out there. It is 6:24. We will be back at 6:35.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Stannard to introduce the staff briefing.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. We do have one briefing today, and believe it or not, I know it just feels like we hit fall officially like about a week ago. But that means we're well on our way to preparing for winter as well. And so this is a great time of year to know what the city's doing and have some information out there both for us and also for our community. And so tonight we are joined by our Deputy Public Works Director over Operations, Jacqueline Brandenburg, to talk a little bit about what we're getting ready for when severe weather hits. It's probably more of a when than an if. So take it away, Jacqueline.
Thank you, City Manager. And like someone said, it's hard to follow cake, but I will do my best. I am Jacqueline Brandenburg, Deputy Public Works Director of Operations, and I'm here tonight, as City Manager Kyle mentioned, to talk about winter weather preparedness and response by Public Works Operations. And our focus tonight will be on rain and flooding events as well as snow and ice removal events. I'd just like to take a moment to introduce two of my subject matter experts behind me. Brian Parks to the left is our Storm Operations Manager, and Chad Holtze to the right is our Street Operations Manager. All right, we're going to begin by talking about rain and flooding events. And I'd like to, thank you. Those pictures to the right are our talented storm operations crew members. Unfortunately, I did not have a recent and updated team picture, but I want to put some faces to the hardworking and talented crews that are behind the operations we're going to be discussing tonight. Our storm operations team, as you know, is responsible for maintaining our storm water system, and the key mission of those activities are to prevent flooding of public and private property, as well as reduce and eliminate water pollution into our local streams. And as such, if we enter into emergency response related to rain and flooding, they would be the team to provide oversight and develop our incident response plan. That emergency response plan is really going to vary depending on the severity of the rain event and how much flooding we anticipate. So I won't get into the tactical details of those response plans. But regardless of the event and the severity of the event, our prioritization list is the same, with the key focus, top priorities being life safety, property damage, and environmental protection. We also work in close coordination with police and fire to ensure we support emergency response activities and they can get around the city as they need to respond to emergencies. We also work very closely with emergency management staff as well as communication staff to make sure we are updating the public and being available to them if they have questions. We do have a website, bothell.gov, rain and flooding. This is, we encourage people from the public to go to this website to get information about how we respond to rain and flooding. There's tips on preparation for rain events, but also in the heat of an event, that's where we'll be providing up-to-date updates, whether they be road closure updates or other updates to the public. And as always, we encourage folks and ask that folks do their part to keep their storm drains near their house clear before and during heavy rain events. Do want to highlight some of the excellent work that our crews do year-round to maintain our system and prevent flooding and protect our waterways from pollution. So we wanted to include some photos there so you can see our crews in action. But these activities include system repairs, pipe inspection and cleaning, catch basin inspection and cleaning, and street sweeping, which we'll touch on in a little more detail in a future slide. You can see in the top left, we have a lot of stormwater infrastructure that they are responsible for maintaining, and they do an excellent job at that. Did want to get into a little more detail on our street sweeping operation, because this seems to be the activity that's kind of top of mind for most of our residents, since it is an activity that touches each one of their roads. And it is an operation, a year-round operation. We run our 2 street sweepers year-round, but during this time of year, in the fall season, when the leaves are coming off the trees, we will move to a 7-day per week operation to try and stay ahead of the game and stay ahead of those leaves that are falling in the roadways. To the right, you can see our street sweep zone map. This map is important to our crews. They utilize it to prioritize their routes and track their activities. It is divided into 12 zones, and we sweep each zone once per month. You can see here by the map, or you may not be able to see the details of the map, but it's overlaid with our solid waste collection days to ensure that we are running those sweepers. We're not running those sweepers in areas on days when garbage and recycling yard waste are being collected. Routes get prioritized in these each of these zones based on street classifications and flooding risk. We do track sweeper requests and do our best to respond to them as quickly as possible, but we do have to prioritize them among our other priorities based on availability of sweepers, need, and risk of flooding. And information can be found on our website that I referenced earlier. The do's and don'ts for this fall. We do ask that you call us, that the public calls us if the drain in front of their house is plugged and they're having a hard time unclogging it. It might be due to flooding. Also, please call us or email us or submit a customer action request online if you want to request that your road be swept. And we definitely want you to call us if you identify a spill or other environmental hazard concern, because we will respond to those right away. On the don't side of the list, we ask that community members not blow their leaves into the streets and that they properly dispose of tree debris themselves. And this is so we don't aggravate the issues and debris in the roadway. And due to limited resources, our sweepers can't respond to this type of activity on demand. So don't assume our sweeper can come out and clear your roadway once you've blown leaves out there. Also, don't assume that the sweeper didn't get to the leaves in your roadway if they ran through the neighborhood and there's still some leaves left after the fact. Leaves are continuously falling, and we do our best to cover all areas. That said, if you think your street was missed, we do want to hear from you. And again, our website is bothell.gov/rain and flooding. And in the middle there, you can see other ways you can contact us and report customer action requests. Of course, if there ever is an emergency, we want you to dial 911. Moving into snow and ice events. These events are managed by our street operations team, so you can see a picture of our team to the right. Fortunately, it's a little bit on the small side, but again, those are the faces behind the excellent work happening out in the field. We are currently working on seasonal preparations, believe it or not, for snow and ice season, and that includes equipment inspections and preparations. It includes staff trainings. It also includes material stockpiling, which we'll touch on a little more later in the presentation. And our senior level staff and management will attend regional meetings that include state, county, and other agencies in the areas to ensure that we are up to speed on best management practices and always looking for opportunities to create operational efficiencies. The street operations team will provide oversight in event management and operational planning. If we go into a snow and ice event, sometimes the events are so large that it'll be all hands on deck, and we'll pull resources from other operations sections, but the street operations group will be the ones taking the lead. Our top priority is always ensuring police and fire have emergency response routes clear enough that they can get around the city. And of course, our goal is to do what we can to ensure our roadways are safe for pedestrians and motorists. We try the best we can to keep roads open as much as possible, but if safety dictates, we will close roads and communicate that to the public. In any emergency response, we work in close coordination with police and fire to ensure they're able to get around the city, and sometimes that'll include emergency response if they have to get to respond to a particular home or building that they need access to. We'll respond immediately. We also coordinate with emergency management and communications staff and do our best to keep the public up to date on activities such as road closures and other updates. We have a website for these activities as well, bothell.gov/winter weather, and encourage folks to visit that website for more information. Want to touch on the snowplow priority routes because this is, I think, of most interest to many people who want to know when their road will get plowed. This map is posted on the website I mentioned earlier. The map was created in conjunction with fire and police and GIS to prioritize priority routes, first, second, and third priority routes. We have 7 trucks that are outfitted with plows. And we will, in most responses, we'll break up the city north, middle, and south so that we're able to efficiently deploy resources to all areas of the city. We do track plow requests and prioritize them based on severity of event, condition of priority routes, and safety considerations. Our primary focus is getting those first, second, and third priority routes clear. If we do get to the point where they are clear, then we will strategically start tackling some of the roads in those residential neighborhoods beyond the priority routes. The reality is, though, in some events, we just never quite get there, depending on the severity of the event and the duration. And the post-event cleanup activities, unfortunately, our work does not stop once the snow stops or all the snow and ice is removed, but we do work in close concert with our storm operations team and our street operations team to ensure we clean up all the salt and sand in the roadways, clean the storm systems, and make sure we are protecting the storm systems and the environment. This is probably more detail than you need about our equipment and materials, but some people find this interesting. As I mentioned before, we do have 7 trucks that are outfitted with plows, and each of them have kind of dual roles. And we do have 2 shops where we're able to stockpile materials. This is very helpful to us because one is located on the north end of town at our Bothell Operations Center, and the other is located on the south end of town at our Brickyard Road facility. Not only does this allow us to stockpile enough materials to last probably any event we may encounter, but it also it helps us with efficient operations because we're able to fill trucks on both sides of the town and deploy resources. Key messages for snow and ice. Property owners are responsible for clearing driveways and sidewalks adjacent to their property, so that's whether it's a residential property or a commercial property. Unfortunately, we just don't have the resources to clear all sidewalks and driveways. Crews do make every effort to keep snow piles away from driveways and mailboxes, but the reality is it's not always possible. Those plows only hold so much snow, and the snow has to be piled somewhere. So we do our best to not impede these areas, but and we do our best to respond when somebody reports that we have created an impediment. Depending on the severity of the event, we may not make it to every road. We hope to, but some events are even so short that by the time we get past our priority roads, the rain has come and all the roads are clear anyway. And we do ask that you please give crews room to work when you see them out clearing roads. We have our contacts there on the right, our Bothell Operations Center, and our customer action request form are the best ways to reach us, especially in the heat of an event. But really our websites and social media will be updated frequently and are probably the best source of current information. with that, I will take any questions. We do want to highlight that we do have a severe weather webpage that's very easy to find. If you haven't memorized these links I reference, under your government dropdown of our main page, there is a severe weather main page, and then each of these topics underneath. So with that, I would entertain any questions.
Councilmember Alders?
I really appreciate this presentation. My kids get really excited to see the snow plows out. So thank you for all your work. I've also heard that there may be snow in the forecast with next week, combination of wet and cold temperatures. So if they collide, we might be needing you sooner than we expect. So one question I have is, if you see that leaves have been blown into the roadway, what do you recommend to do with that? Like, I've adopted a drain, right? Want to keep the drain clear. And then there's leaves accumulating or have been blown into the road. So for the community, what advice do you have?
Yeah, certainly if you're comfortable and it's, one of your neighbors or maybe a landscaping business, if you're comfortable talking to them and informing them. Not everyone's familiar with our code and that we ask them not to clear leaves into the roadway. So first step would be to respectfully talk to them if you're comfortable doing that. However, you can always call us at our operations center or submit a customer action request, particularly if you're seeing some prevalent activity or some, a company or a resident that's doing that quite frequently. We'd like to hear about it. So we can educate and communicate. That's always our first method of dealing with those situations.
Great. I appreciate your sensitivity in that. Thank you.
Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to say thank you. I live on Nike Hill, so 228th is how we get in and out most of the time, and it's plowed almost before I'm ready to leave my house, like almost every time, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zorns?
Well, I'm guilty of moving needles that are on the half of the street that as you approach my house. It's like the guys haven't come by with the street sweeper. Okay, I'll just blow them to the other half of the street. So if you come down my street and go, why is Councilmember Zorns? That's what I'm doing. It's not coming off my property. Anyway, street sweepers are like, I love a lot of what our city does, and I'm fans of our parks guys, our police. You street sweepers are like my favorite people ever, because you're just like the unsung silent heroes. I'll hear you Sunday mornings going through downtown. I'm like, those poor guys. We're enjoying our weekend and getting ready for the game, and they're out there doing due diligence. So you guys are... you're at the top of my list. There's some close seconds and thirds, but you're at the top of my list. I do have a question about street sweepers, and it may be an aside, but I started to think about bike lanes and having, being able to access and clean those. And I thought, well, how far are we out from replacing our street sweepers? And is that something that we're considering in a future purchase, street sweepers or ways to, I have no idea how you clean bike lanes, but yeah. I would think you'd need something like a street sweeper. So is that something that you're thinking about long term?
It is.
Okay.
Actually, and that's part of our budget proposal, to think long term about protected bike lanes, but also a piece of equipment that we can utilize for our pervious surfaces on Multi-Way and Main Street and other areas. So we are thinking ahead, and I believe it'll be part of a budget presentation.
I would be bitterly disappointed if you weren't thinking ahead. I'm sure you're more than 1 or 2, 3 steps ahead of us. So thank you for doing what you're doing, and just really appreciated the presentation.
I saw that in the budget documents, and I was like, is that what I think it is? I got really excited. Awesome. Jacqueline, thank you so much for your time in the presentation, Dave. Oh, Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also wanted just to echo appreciation. I remember when we had our last snowstorm, our streets looked really well compared to some of the other cities. So just a shout out on your hard efforts and work around that. I had a question on street sweeping and maintenance of our roads and longevity of our roads. So when we keep our roads clean, keep them swept, keep debris and things off of them, does that expand the life expectancy of our roads, of our streets?
And I'll ask someone to correct me if I misspeak, but the street sweeping efforts are primarily about protecting our storm water system and keeping it clear of debris and keeping our stormwater flowing effectively. Many of our street maintenance activities out of our street operations group serve to protect our pavements and the longevity of our pavement. So that includes crack sealing, pothole patching, and other activities of that nature.
So it kind of goes hand in hand, keeping the streets clean, sweeping them, last a little bit longer.
And preventing flooding certainly
Yeah.
preserves the roadways as well.
So that's helping with our infrastructures as well, pipes, things like that. Okay, the reason I thought about that was because if memory serves, a lot of the streets that are not kept swept or clean on a regular basis tend to have more problems from what I'm seeing. And when I mean that, I think like some of the roads that have the seal, that we crack seal and do all that stuff on, sometimes that stuff comes up and then we sweep those streets, we keep them clean, maybe not for leaves, but it also helps with public safety as well. Because cars driving, up down those roads 25, 30 miles an hour, kicking up stuff on the roads, pedestrian walking or bicyclist biking. So a shout out to you guys for keeping our streets safe as well. I think that's important. It's not just about cleaning the leaves, but it's also keeping our streets safe. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you. This is one of those, the other side of your department that's, we talked a few times about, the CFP and all the pipes, and we saw a clean sewer pipe and all that. But, the operations go behind that. That stuff, if it's not, like, as residents, we take it for granted, But then I really appreciate all the work you guys do behind the scenes. I've noticed the sweepers, driving around. That's like, oh, thank God, that's awesome that we're having this. Too bad my street isn't snow plowed, but it's okay. My kids enjoy it more that way. So I really appreciate you guys.
And just echo the appreciation over here as well. I don't have any other questions that weren't already raised, but thank you all for doing what you do. We appreciate it a bunch. And thanks for coming tonight. All right, next up, City Manager report.
Thank you. And again, just echo that. Thanks to our crews for again, keeping us moving and that stormwater clean. So really appreciate it. Just a quick thing for the city manager report tonight. I know we have a long meeting ahead of us. It's a bit of a bait and switch. I've been promoting our new community development director, Jason Greenfan, who started today, and I want to confirm that he was here. The interim city manager was really kind to me when my first day fell on a council day of suggesting to you all that we move the meeting to another week, and it gave me more than 2 days after the moving truck unloaded me to come to a meeting. So I wanted to extend the same measure of kindness to Jason, who has a number of post-move activities to take care of. So tonight he won't be joining us, but we'll be seeing him in the future. And just for the community, I know there's been a lot of interest in getting an opportunity to meet Jason and learn a little bit more about him. So I'll just plug the fact that there is a story up on our website with a little bit of the background, a photo, so you'll know who to stop in the streets when you see him walking about. And we're just really grateful to have Jason here. So first day is under his belt, and we're looking forward to many, many more.
That's awesome. We're all excited about that. All right, next up, council committee reports. Councilmember Alders.
Well, since I get to go first, I also get to say that I got to meet Jason today. during my one-on-one, and so that was fun. But yeah, it'll be good to see him here at a meeting coming up. My update for the Human Services Committee is that we heard a presentation from the Executive Director of Center for Human Services about how City of Bothell residents have been utilizing their location, and not just the grant monies that have been paid out to reimburse them for services, but also how they've been able to connect Bothell residents to other services that are not covered by our grant, or are also covered by other grants as well. And so I think we're going to be hearing an update next week about human services that might include some of that information, but also a invitation to the community to attend their open house on November 16th from 4 to 6 p.m. at their new location. And I'll put the flyer in my newsletter for those people in the audience who get that. But will it also go on the website? Awesome. So information on the city website about the open house for Center for Human Services.
Councilmember McNeil?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any, updates for this past week, but I do have a meeting coming up next week with the RPC. We're going to be having a discussion around a future levy coming sometime April 25th, and it's to authorize King County to do another levy for social services. And that levy would be pretty much around 0.145 per $1,000 assessed valuation. And so I think it's important for us to maybe have a discussion on weighing in on something like that. There's a lot of taxes that are going to be coming, a lot of levies that are going to be coming forward over the next few years. I think it's important for us to kind of understand where those are going to fall and some of the impacts that they're going to have on our community. But this particular levy would be funds used for regional behavioral health services and capital facilities to establish and operate regional network of behavioral health facilities. So I think it's important for us to have a discussion around that and how that impacts our community as well with these additional levies that are going to be coming forward.
All right. Councilmember Dodd?
I got to go to my first regional committee meeting. Councilmember Alders could not make it to K4C last week, so I was able to attend. So thank you for the opportunity, Jenny. And the big thing that I thought people might have some thoughts on, which you would actually give to Councilmember Alders because I'm not going again, is there's a lot of information about the climate action and ways that cities can take part and do their part, and kind of how to get that to like interested people, that aren't on the committee. So like maybe like a town hall or a recording. So if you have thoughts on that, that's something that committee is talking about. And I thought that this was a group that might have some thoughts. So tell Jenny your thoughts. Thank you.
My inbox is open.
All right. We're going to move on to visitor comment. The city has accepted visitor comment in writing as well as accepted sign-up sheets for those who wish to speak at tonight's meeting. Written comments submitted to the city clerk no later than 3 p.m. today were forwarded to all city council members and are part of the record. City clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak?
We do, Mayor Thompson. We have one person, Carl Wellstein, signed up to speak. So if you'd like to come to the podium, get 3 minutes.
Red, middle button. Right at the end of that. There we go.
I'm an engineer, so I should have figured that out. All right, so I had a bunch of things to discuss, but I heard the budget stuff I can put off till later, so I'm going to leave that alone. The main thing that I wanted to talk about then is I think your agenda packages are excellent. They really tell you what's going on. At least I get information from that. The one thing that I want to touch on is this whole middle housing initiative. And I saw it in there. It wasn't in the agenda up at top, but it was buried way down page 160 or whatever, 161, and it was redlined into the policy manual. And, I heard about this early this year from the Planning Commission, and surprised, there was no information. I think I heard it from a neighbor, and to learn that, essentially the way it was described, and I have a little booklet, was it would basically eliminate single-family zoning for the whole city, and I don't agree with that. I see. So how did this get into the red line? How does red line get into tonight's policy manual proposal? And there was a survey. Planning Commission did a survey, and it came back, 2-1. No, we don't want this, and yet it's going to be pushed to the council for approval. And my biggest sticking point, I believe, is that it's not defined. I mean, you have 6 pages in your agenda doc on a boundary line for the fire station, 6 pages, and you have nothing defined for something as kind of impactful as this. We really got to define it before you try to put it into a policy manual, because it's going to be unique. Should be unique. Shouldn't be citywide. And there's some comments about single-family zoning is racist heritage. Well, I don't believe any of my neighbors are racist. They want a nice, quiet, peaceful neighborhood to live in, and room for the kids. So, I mean, single-family zoning should remain. And I believe anybody who is on the Planning Commission, who's then promoted to the Council Commission, should be recused from voting on that one issue. And questions were never answered, like impacts to the utilities as for all this growth. I'm personally not big on the density growth that's going on. And I'll have more comments later, I think, because that red means I'm out of time. Or the yellow here? No? Okay, so I can keep going. Oh, okay, well, in any case, you need to look at the impacts for all the changes, all the growth. There's a lot of growth.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Thompson, that's the only person I have signed up for visitor comment. I do want to let everybody know we do have several people signed up to speak under the public hearing this evening. We have a few written comments for that and a couple people in the audience when we get to that portion. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Next up is projected agenda discussion, and we have a referral request form that I proposed as a resolution around marriage equality and abortion/healthcare. When the Dobbs decision came down earlier this year, it was a pretty big blow to personal freedom as well as just the ability for pregnant people to self-determine. Some of our neighbors have urged our state and federal delegations to put protections in place at the state level and codify Roe versus Wade at the federal level. And I would like to do that here to represent people in Bothell as well. Councilmember Alders? Can I speak to, is it I don't know if you're motioning, but I'd just like to. I introduced the topic for discussion.
I really appreciate it. Just like we have a state lobbyist, we also have a federal lobbyist as well. And in those relationships, we're able to speak to policies at not just the local level, but at city and or at federal and state level that will protect and benefit our residents who live here in Bothell. And I kind of have a vested interest in this topic, not only as a member of the LGBTQ community, but also having kids in that community, recognizing that their rights are of preeminent importance for me as their parent, and I want to make sure that they have all of the freedoms afforded them under and have that be protected in the Constitution. And if at this point it's not protected through Supreme Court rulings, then we need legislation. Also, as a healthcare worker, as a doula, I have seen the situations where what is considered an abortion is required and necessary to save the life of a mother, and that pregnant people very much in our community When we're talking 1 in 4 pregnancy loss, it's not uncommon for medical assistance to be needed to complete a miscarriage. And so I very much want to see that right protected, not just for my own kids, and not just for myself, but also for our community. So I'm very much in support of this resolution. Happy to put my vote behind it. And I think that there is a very, it's not just a ceremonial statement for us to make. It very much is communicating our policy priorities to our federal legislators as well. So I think it's appropriate to do this and to make sure that it is also communicated to our federal lobbyists. So thank you for proposing this. Really appreciate it.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you. Yeah, so I have a couple questions around, so are we proposing to bring this forward now, or, because I know there was some language in there from Kirkland. They had a resolution on this. Have we taken the time or the opportunity to go out to the community? We're kind of a divided country right now. There's, both sides of every angle, but I want to make sure that we at least hear from our community. I know how I feel about it, that I would support this, but I don't know if we should be doing something like this without at least talking or having an open discussion with the community before we do it. In my mind, I think it's kind of coming a little quick, and I just want to see if we should have a discussion about it first.
So this is really kind of the opportunity to do that. I talked to Kyle earlier today about kind of, hey, what do you need? And he just essentially said, hey, specific instruction on where to go from here. So, that instruction can be whatever we want. What I don't want it to be is something that is so process-oriented that it's a burden on staff. This is an issue that is wildly popular among one of them. I mean, there's not that many issues that like 70+% of people agree on. As you mentioned, we're pretty divided these days, but this is one of them. And it's passing in Kansas. I mean, it's something that goes beyond party lines at times. So we can give whatever instruction we want to staff in terms of what that looks like.
Yeah, so so from my perspective, I think that it's definitely worth having the discussion. I'd like to know if we have done other resolutions, what other cities besides Kirkland are doing on this as well, both regionally and nationwide. I can't remember where we've stepped into a policy like this or made a resolution like this that has this kind of an impact on our community. So do we have an example of that? I don't know if the city manager can answer that question.
Yeah, Councilmember McNeil, I think from a process standpoint, right now, staff isn't invested any work on this because we're looking for direction from council. Is this something you want to consider? What I would propose then is, in terms of if you want some information brought back, that would be something that we could do a legislative history search on and see, are there other times when council has taken a position on an issue of, I guess, recalling to what you're saying on a national issue as opposed to taking a position on a ballot measure or something to that effect. So we could look at that and see. And then the other thing that I heard from you suggested that we'd look for direction from council tonight is having additional examples. So Kirkland was one that was cited in the request submitted to be put on the agenda, but I'm hearing from you of looking at some of the other neighboring jurisdictions to see how have they addressed similar issues in the last 6 months.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth having the conversation, but again, I think the mayor alluded to not putting too much burden on staff, but I think it's worth at least investigating and having more information besides just making a decision without having the backup information.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the staff impact part of it. I think just something to state is that probably so far I haven't heard anything that's a huge lift. the more information that council's asking for, probably the implication is just the longer it'll take for us to come back. But I would also commit to wherever we land. Tomorrow, we always have a debrief of council meetings at our executive leadership team meetings on Wednesday afternoons. So we'll talk about what it might take. And at the very least, then I'd come back next week with an update of when you might anticipate seeing it on your agenda.
Great. And is there a need to push this through quickly? Is there just out of curiosity, is this something that can take a little bit of time, or is this something we have to do within a month or something? Or is there a timeline, I guess, on it?
I didn't have a problem with what the city manager just said for timeline.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we need to do something to pass a resolution quickly for some reason.
I don't think there's anything
Okay.
pressing or urgent in the sense of like there's a next step.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so timeline is, we've got some time then?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zorns?
I will tell you, this gives me pause because there are strong convictions, and you can put the data to support either strong conviction. We have a couple council members. I'm assuming to my left in your mosque, you probably have people who would have a different opinion. I know I have another council member and myself where we worship, people would have a strong disagreement with this as well. And so I appreciate your sensitivity to what we're asking of staff. I also appreciate Councilmember McNeil's prioritizing that there's a conversation with this. My big concern is it going to be unifying the city, or is it going to further divide us? And that gives me great, great pause. Is there value added for Bothell to emotionally spin people up on things that they feel very strongly about? Is it a reality that we do need to address, or can we go take care of other things? So that's where I have hesitation, strong hesitation with, because it will divide. And that's where I land on it.
Somebody have a fan? Oh, okay. Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for servicing this issue. I agree that we don't want to rush our discussions of this. I want to make sure that it's clear to all of our neighbors when they can come to council and comment on a proposed resolution and share their opinions. I think also it's important to remember that saying that we support the right of people to exercise a right doesn't mean that they have to. Your personal beliefs still matter. They will not be overwritten by anyone on this body. I want to hear from our neighbors. I also want our neighbors who, I'm just going to use myself as an example. I was born in 1987. Roe versus Wade was settled before I was born. It's been a right that I had my entire life, and now that's in question, and that's a very unsettling feeling. So I want people like me of my generation who didn't think that this was up for debate to feel supported too, to know that we have their back, whatever their decisions are. As Councilmember Aldrich said, things that are called abortion are not necessarily a chosen abortion and are sometimes life-saving measures, and we don't want to alienate people in our community by making them feel like they've done something horrible to live. So I would like to make sure that we support everybody, no matter the decisions they need to make for their personal health. So I'm glad you brought this up, and I support it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I agree. There's some people who might object to some things, but that's because, in general, people don't understand. It cannot be a absolute. It cannot be either you do this or you do that. There's a middle ground, and then, I'm not going to get into my personal belief, but I believe that there's a middle ground. Right, so a lot of people do so too, who really understand what the belief is. When the Supreme Court came up with their decision, And my girls, they're both teenagers, they're older. It's like, how can somebody take away my right to do whatever I want to do? And I'm reacting to their concerns, and I would support this. If we need to involve the community to have a larger conversation, I think that's a fair request. We should do it. But in general, I feel like there is a need to support women. As a guy, I can't speak. This does not take away my right. What has just happened. So I do support the right of people the women who become pregnant to do whatever they choose to do.
I'll just say that clearly this is an issue where there are strong opinions, and not everybody's going to agree with us no matter what we do. I think that's probably a good reason to do this. However, I don't think we should avoid this topic because it's controversial, because the people who are working hard to strip away these rights are not avoiding the topic because it's controversial. And I would like at least everybody within our borders who wants the right to self-determine and make these reproductive decisions for themselves, that we've got their back. What I was hoping to see, and I'm very open to input on this as well, is something similar to the proclamation that Kirkland did. Maybe have staff kind of go through and obviously take the parts that are specific there out. But I like the fact that it called specifically on our state legislature to do what they could, as well as federally. I don't think it's something that we need to completely reinvent the wheel on, since good work has already been done close by. Ken Moore, I believe, did a resolution for this as well. Obviously make some edits because it's not theirs, but the spirit and the intent of that resolution I particularly enjoyed. I don't know if anybody has a thought or wants to go farther or not quite as far. Go ahead.
My understanding that Edmonds also had a resolution on this, and so there's been a number of our local cities who have decided to take this measure. And so my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the would this be a resolution or a proclamation?
A resolution.
This would be a resolution, and so this would be one that we would all vote on as a
correct.
council.
It comes
Okay.
from us, not from me.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And I do recall this conversation coming up right after the Dobbs decision was released to the public, and we did have a conversation, and we did invite the community to weigh in. And so I would encourage council members to check their emails to see messages from our community. And I did not see any messages from our community that were opposed to this suggestion when we first brought it forward several months ago. And I know that public engagement is a tricky business, especially for city staff. I don't think any one of us up here is proposing a community survey on this issue alone. Any community feedback that we receive on this will likely not be statistically significant in terms of scientific method. But we will need, and it's another opportunity for our community to be engaged and to speak up on this issue. But I would like to note that we have already covered that part, and we've already gotten feedback from our community, and to me it was pretty clear. Thank you.
Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you. I wanted to emphasize what you said, Councilmember Alders. It is easy when you are against something to fill out a survey and have your entire network fill out a survey in a certain way. We saw that with the middle housing survey that was brought up earlier. When you get 1,000 people out of our 48,000 person city to fill out something, that's not hearing from your community. That's hearing from a small group of people who've encouraged each other to participate. So I want to hear from our community about this. I also want us to look at national numbers, at state numbers, and understand the feedback we get in the wider context of our entire city, because there's no way for staff to reach every single person and get an opinion. And so please don't think I'm thinking that. But we want to make sure that we put in context the feedback we get in our whole city and understand how much feedback we get and not give anyone an outsized influence on such a process. Thank you.
Does anybody feel like the scope would either need to be expanded or contracted from kind of what I said earlier, just in terms of adapting the resolutions that have been done elsewhere? I think Bellevue did one too. The other city with a B.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would, I'd like to take some time, listen, hear from the city manager, get some feedback from staff on what other cities have done, understand what the resolution can mean, the importance of the resolution. I think what comes to my mind is we want to be intentional with what we're trying to do, who we're trying to help, what problem we're trying to solve. And I think that your intent on bringing this forward is amazing. I think it's definitely worthy of having the conversation. But I think perception is also 9/10 of what happens, right? So if we're perceived as just pushing something through without at least engaging, as Councilmember Dodds has brought up, that's probably the wrong message to send. We want to talk to the community. We may not hear from the entire community. We may hear from pockets of the community, but at least we made the effort to go out and communicate with them. I think that is single-handedly the most important thing. We heard from the community about missing middle housing earlier and something being pushed through, and I don't believe that to be true, it was pushed through, but I believe that hearing that leads me to believe that we collectively need to do a better job of communicating outward to the community. And I'm not saying we're doing anything that we shouldn't be doing. I'm saying we need to find a better way to do it, a more sustainable way to do it, to ensure that when the community does come and speak, they know we're listening to them. They know we're hearing them. And we don't just serve, King County, we're also Snohomish County. We have residents with different, economic backgrounds. There's the diversity within our community looks different for a lot of different reasons. So I think it's important that we make an effort on these important issues to start going out into the community and understanding the decisions that we make up here, the impacts that they're going to have on the community. And I think the only way we're going to know that is by reaching out and talking to them. So I first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's an important topic. I don't want it to come across that I don't. I definitely support the reason why you brought this forward. But again, I go back to I'm hearing from our community that we need to do a better job engaging with them so they can be part of the conversation, especially on these important issues.
Kyle, do you have what you need?
Yeah, I'll communicate out with the proposed path, and again, realizing that next week we're in study session mode. We had made the decision back in September that next week's meeting would be a special meeting where we go back to a traditional format of just having study session. It's also an election night, so we're going to try and get out of here by 8 o'clock. So it may not be then, it might be the 15th, but we'll bring some of them back. I think the themes that I heard were the important part is we'll do some staff work. We'll do complete staff work and bringing forward some context around what have been other approaches, both from past actions at the city and around our region. We can bring one option I think that sounds pretty clear is bring a proposed, then what would a draft resolution look like for something to get feedback from both the council, but also by posting that on the agenda at the very least, that gives the opportunity for the community to see what's being considered and have an opportunity to come in and have a voice. And then the part that I think all of us there's a little bit of we need to ruminate on a little bit on this is what that feedback opportunity is. Is it enough to say that we'll post it on an agenda and anyone who's interested can send in communication, or is there something that we want to do that's a more specific step? So that's what, as the ELT tomorrow, we'll talk about that, and I'll reach out and make sure that we put together a plan that meets as many interests as we can.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Moving on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Councilmember Alders.
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Seconded.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Alders and a second from Councilmember Dodds to approve the consent agenda. Oh, and yeah, please do.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I know everybody was eager. It's like, yes. I just wanted to just bring up something I mentioned to City Manager yesterday about the outreach to the residents who will be affected by the increase in rates of water and sanitary and sewer, all that stuff. And, you know, to piggyback on what Councilmember McNeil was saying, I feel like we do need to do a better job in reaching out beyond just posting on our city website and agenda packets and all that. You know, I appreciate that some people actually read the agenda packet, but not most people don't. So I hope, I'm going to support this. Obviously, we do need, this is a needed thing, but I hope that in the future we can, or immediately, very soon after we do this, we do reach out to the majority of those who are affected to let them know, if not all of them. Thank you.
Councilmember Alders.
I also want to note that that staff acted on one of our recommendations from the hearing that we had about it. One of the requests that we made was on the bills to inform seniors and low-income residents about economic assistance that's available through the city. And I got my bill, and I saw the note, and then I was able to track down the website and find the applications that are both available on the website. One for low-income families, it's a rebate, and then the discount for seniors who are over the age of 62. So I did link to both of those in my most recent newsletter as well. But I just really appreciated staff hearing our concern about that, and then immediately acting and putting it on our next bill. So that was really cool follow-up to see.
That is cool. Thank you. All right.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Menke absent.
All right. Before we move on to our first agenda bill of the day, we're going to take 5 minutes. It is 7:34. We'll say 5:30. We'll be back at 7:40. All right, welcome back. Next up is Agenda Bill 22151, the proposed 2023-2025 biennial budget. I'm going to open the public hearing and kick it over to City Manager Stannard to take it from there.
Thank you, Mayor. And while there's no presentation before the public hearing tonight, I do want to just contextualize a couple of things for anyone watching the meeting and those here to participate in the public hearing. So by way of background, you'll recall that in the spring we did do a community survey to hear about themes about the budget. That was the first touch point on budget and engagement, and we've talked about engagement a few times tonight. So that was a statistically valid survey, and of course we know that's not comprehensive either. So there's other voices to be heard. We have been on a journey to talk about budget now since September, and so tonight is our first public hearing focused on the budget itself. We did already have one on rates and on CFP, so this is though the overall budget. And much like our meeting in October, our last meeting, was the opportunity for the council to respond with initial questions coming into the budget that is forming the basis for some study sessions that we're having this month. This public hearing tonight is an opportunity to hear questions from the community as well, and we'll certainly make sure that those get responded to in subsequent meetings. What I want to highlight is that in the interest of keeping things moving forward, we do also have a study session tonight where we will be presenting on a couple of budget items, so we'll hit on that later. The focus of that tonight is going to be on fleet and facilities, and then we do have additional topics that will be coming back based on the questions council members asked last meeting, but we'll get to that here in a little bit. So in the meantime, I know that our city clerk's office has heard from a few individuals and expect to get some additional feedback and comments, and I'll turn it back to you to continue on with the with hearing from those who wish to communicate.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson, we did receive 3 written comments. The first one was from Kat Antes Tadros, who wrote regarding the police department budget and the radar program. We heard from Jeremy Tadros, who wrote regarding the police department budget and retrofitting of buildings for earthquake resistance. And we also heard from Roger Burton, who wrote regarding funding the development of parks and open space. We do have 2 people in the audience tonight to speak on the budget. The first one is Carl Wellstein, if you'd like to speak for the budget. And then we have another person after that, and you have 3 minutes. So come on up.
Okay, so now I know how to work this. All right, so I went through the budget as quickly as I could. Today was a nice day today, so I was out working. But it's a nice document. I like how you broke it out in all the sections, and you can see what the police, fire, and everybody's doing. What got me into it was the sewer and water, the increases, and I had a little conversation about the increases. You know, if it was communicated that there's a plan, you know, that we're going to have new water facilities, the sewer facilities, because the growth is expected to be this, and the 6% is out of plan, it's just maybe a deviation, that would have gone down better than 6% more. You know, it's like, I think you need you need to have a plan. If you don't, and you can communicate it better if it deviates and it causes an unexpected increase to people. I hope I had the number wrong. You said 0.45 per 1,000. Is that, what's that? Point, well, okay, whew, okay, that's better. It's still pretty high. Okay, so again, some of the words in there, the budget talk about density, and some people don't want more density. Okay, but we do have a plan. I imagine you guys are estimating the population growth and planning all the facilities, the sewer, water to match that growth. Parks, I didn't see any nice section on parks, but I didn't see any new parks. You know, you look downtown and north of downtown, and there's a school. There isn't like money set aside for new parks. I think we need to have the open spaces. If you're going to have so many more people live here, you need to have the open spaces. So I agree with that. Some of you already mentioned that. And then I think, in general, I think you need, all in all, that's all I had to say, except check page 24. I think there's some redundant items. I think it's 24 or 25 that are just, you know, in the draft budget that's there. You just need to go clean that part up. So in any case, I guess my overall point is the planning that you have, does it consider the population growth and all the utilities needed to support that growth in your budget? So I think that's it. I do have something for, I don't know, somebody deals with roads, but quickly, you go north here, and there's like 2 roads to get into that little area up north here, and then 2 roads from the north. There's no road from Bothell Everett Highway east-west into this area, just north of like 190th and south of 228. And the map showed it before. I was like, you really need another road. It's just not a good plan. Okay, just look at the map, you'll see what I mean. 2 roads from the north and nothing from the east or west, because east side's the freeway, west side's Bothell Everett Highway. Yeah, there's a hill there, but you can put a road up a hill. In any case, that should plan for that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next we have, and I hope I say your name correctly, Prasad Anguluri. Did I even come close? Yes, you did. Okay. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, City Council, for giving me opportunity. I have been living Bothell since 2006 with my family. My elder son goes to UW. He's a freshman, and my daughter goes to North Shore Middle. So I lived in Hawthorne Crest community near Miners Corner Park for 13 years. And recently we moved in 2018 to Piper's Glen community, which is near to Wayne Golf Course. And I guess I'm close to parks, and I love the nature and trails around us. I'm really happy how City of Bothell has been helping the city and our community. So I received property appraisal. Everybody received property appraisals. And my property value gone up by 37%, and I'm hoping my property taxes will go up proportionately to 37% too. This is based on some of my neighbors sold the houses. I did not still sell my house, but 90% of the homes we all live in, we are not planning to sell, but we have to pay the taxes that are raised. That is okay. I heard from my friends in Samamish, their homes appraised almost 70% high, so their taxes will go up 70%. So here, the reason I'm here is, I understand there are meetings happening and stuff like that. So I'm here to speak regarding X-Wayne Golf Course. So I just want to let you know, I am also treasurer at One Bothell Org, a non-profit organization. I work with Roger Button. One Bothell helped to secure Wayne Golf Course. But I'm not actually representing One Bothell. I'm here as a Bothell resident. Since I moved 2018 close to Wayne Golf Course, I have not seen any changes, and it is an eyesore. It's really an eyesore, old buildings that are sitting on the Wayne Golf Course. It's been last 4 years, and I'm hoping, the reason I'm here is, there are structures on left and right of 100th Avenue. I understand there is a master plan being put together for the Wayne Golf Course, ex-Wayne Golf Course. However, I have following questions, if I may ask. So, it's been 4 years. We haven't seen much improvements to remove these structures. But do we have any plan, and when are we gonna able to remove these structures? That is my first question. Second question, did we receive any estimates for removal of these and how much it's gonna cost? Coming to X-Wayne Golf Course, what kind of physical changes or improvements as a City of Bothell residents we can expect to see, not in the years to come, but in the months, or 2023 or 2024, or is it going to be 2030 basically? Is there a plan, real plan? And I'm sure the property taxes have been going up. I'm sorry to say, I don't think City of Bothell employees or anybody's salaries are going up by 30%. The property taxes are going to go up, but not the expenses at the same proportionate. Yeah, thank you. So I just want to say that, but yeah, if there is anything, but I'll continue to monitor the budget, but I just want to share that, that's all. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you. That's all I have. However, if there's anybody else in the audience that wishes to speak, please come on up to the podium and state your name.
Hi, good evening to all. My name is Subbara Guram. I actually want to thank you. I didn't realize that I could speak today at the budget meeting. But I worked with Nick's troop on one of the requests that we had. You probably saw a lot of kids doing kayaking on the river, and we have a club called CCKT, which is Cascade Canoe Kayak Racing Club, and we went to the nationals, and all the kids at least won one of the nationals medals actually from Bothell. But recently we had a problem about, the owner would like to increase the rents, I guess. So he gave us a notice to vacate from that location, Blue Heron Landing. Probably you all know that location. So what happened was we requested him, like, what can we do? Give us some time. So he gave us a year time and increased the rent from $800 to $1,200. We kind of negotiated and found we need to move, we need to find a different location. So we worked with the parks director of Bothell, and he is so nice to work with us, and he showed us 2-3 spaces that would work for us. And then I was also talking to the coach to see what we could offer to the community if the city would like to give a space for the club to move to that location. We haven't worked with any concrete plans yet, but we are trying to put together a document so that we could actually share some of the expertise that the coaches would offer to the community. At the same time, if the city would consider to give a space to move the club to that location. So I just want to share that information with you. And thanks for the opportunity. And I'll probably, on the 15th, there's another meeting, I guess. I'll bring more documentation, and I'll probably email to all the city as well, council members, so that you could go through that document and see if you could help us out. So thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor Thompson.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. And just a reminder to everyone, by policy, council does not respond directly to public comment. So please don't feel ignored, because, that's actually what happened, but it's by policy. City Manager Standard, I'm going to kick it back over to you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And it's a coin flip on what I'll do. We'll talk a little bit more about some parks highlights. But I do want to share about the Wayne Golf Course one, and for Prasad, happy to follow up with more information. The council has previously considered, as you'll know, and again, this is by way of explanation, capital facilities plan, and within that plan, there are a couple of projects where addressing some of the requests for Wayne that were brought up tonight. Again, navigating through city documents is always not like the thing that we would do naturally. So happy to have a conversation about that too. But both park capital projects, P30, which is the demolition of various vacant buildings and structures, and P31, former Wayne Golf Course master plan designs, talk a little bit about what are we doing now and where are we heading into the future. So hopefully that's reassurance that those are funded. But for that, I did hear some themes again that will work into future presentations. And with that, I think again, first public hearing can be closed, but we'll also have another one on the 15th, prior to November 15th, excuse me, prior to budget adoption.
All right, so close the public hearing.
There would need to be a motion, a second, an opportunity for discussion, and then a vote.
Perfect. Councilmember Dodd.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any comments? I got a thumbs up. All right.
You want me to?
Sorry?
Call
and a vote.
Thank you.
You just said that, please.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
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 Yes, something happened to your mic, Laura.
Your mic is not
My
on.
mic went off. Sorry. Shall I repeat that?
No, we got it.
Okay, motion
got it.
passes 6-0 with Councilmember Menke absent. Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to Agenda Bill 22152, Compost Procedure Ordinance. Don't anybody ever say we don't talk about exciting things here. City Manager Stannard?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Absolutely. So tonight, as you mentioned, there is a discussion before you to consider on a compost procurement ordinance, and it has to do with requirements in state law. So with that, I'm going to introduce Emily Warnock, who's the Public Works Sustainability and Engagement Coordinator, and she's joined at the table tonight by Aaron Lenhart, our Public Works Director.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. As mentioned, I'm Emily Warnock, Sustainability and Engagement Coordinator, and I'm here tonight to talk about a proposed compost procurement ordinance pertaining to city projects. Before we jump into the details and the nitty-gritty of the ordinance, I wanted to provide a little bit of background and why we're bringing this forward to you tonight. So this year, Washington State Legislature passed House Bill 1799, which became the 2022 Organics Management Law, and that piece of that law requires cities and counties with a population of over 25,000 to adopt a compost procurement ordinance by the beginning of this year. And that compost procurement ordinance, again, pertains to city projects in several categories where we will be required to plan for the use of compost for operational and capital projects. Another piece of this is in 2019, Council adopted King County's Comprehensive Solid Waste Management Plan, and that laid out a goal of zero waste of resources by 2030. And to reach that goal, we're going to need to look at the solid waste management system as a whole. Another piece of this is regional efforts like REPLUS. REPLUS is King County's effort to help aim to reinvent the solid waste management system that we currently have through efforts to find new ways to reduce waste, produce less waste, and part of that is securing markets for the materials that we are producing. All right. One of the ways that we can help to achieve that goal is to bring our compost stream full circle. So right now we produce food scraps and yard waste. They go into our organics containers. They're collected and sent to a couple of local compost producers in order to produce a nutrient-rich soil amendment. Primarily here in Bothell, we send our materials to Cedar Grove in Everett and Maple Valley, and Lens Enterprises in Stanwood. There they are processed and transformed into that soil amendment. And there are a couple of really big benefits to compost. Primarily, it enriches the soil when applied, and also when we're composting our food scraps and yard waste rather than sending it to the landfill, it also has positive impacts for greenhouse gas emissions. All right, so what comes out of the process at places like Cedar Grove and Lens is 100% finished compost. This compost procurement ordinance broadens the definition of compost a little bit, so while we include 100% finished compost in that, blends with compost as the main ingredient, as well as mulch with at least 60% compost are also considered under that definition of compost. And that's really to provide a broader range of applications for the products that we're producing out of our food scraps and yard waste. Getting into the details of the proposed ordinance now, there are a few main requirements. The first is city staff would need to identify whether or not we could utilize compost in a given project or operational application. And we should plan to use it in several different categories of projects. Those include landscaping projects, construction and post-construction soil amendments, things like preventing erosion and filtering stormwater runoff. It also helps to promote vegetative growth, so that would be another application we would need to plan to use compost in. and improving the stability and longevity of roadways. Additionally, low-impact development and green infrastructure projects help to filter out pollutants and to keep water on site when compost is applied. In the event that compost isn't available within a reasonable time or distance from a project, if the cost is not reasonable or isn't competitive, or in the case where we have compost that's not meeting health, quality, or safety standards, we wouldn't need to use compost in those particular projects. Second, we would be required to prioritize compost from companies that are producing it locally, and that especially includes those deriving their compost from municipal solid waste compost collection programs. Another piece of this is looking at prioritizing companies who are certified by the U.S. Composting Council or another similar agency. I do want to note here that currently the compost that we're using across the city does meet these requirements, so it's not a big shift in our sources of compost. Third, we would be required to educate the community about the value of compost and the amounts and applications that we use compost as a city. Part of this is also providing guidance and support to staff to make sure they understand the requirements of this ordinance and to provide direction on sources of compost that are prioritized under this. And lastly, we would need to submit a report to Ecology every 2 years starting December 31st, 2024. And that report needs to include information about our compost diversion rates as a city, as well as the sources, cost, and volumes of compost that we're utilizing for projects as a city. That provides you with an overview of what's included in this ordinance. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Councilmember Zorns.
Compost. I love compost. When we bought our house, planted lilacs, fruit trees, and got our compost going. So, and my eyes almost roll back up in my head every spring when I'm down digging in my compost. So you don't have to sell me on compost. I do have, everybody should do compost. I do have a couple of questions. You mentioned stability of roadways. Tell me more.
Yes, so depending on the location and the exact composition of the soil that exists on site, compost can provide more stability and, in the long run, longevity for the roadways.
Are you thinking in terms of like bioswales or on shoulders for, putting, well, it wouldn't exactly be on shoulders because you need some space, but would it be like soil stabilization along roadways?
That would be one application, and again, it would depend on the project, but this ordinance would require departments to assess whether or not it could be applied for those uses in projects.
Okay, I don't think we have to ask our parks head if we have plenty of uses for compost, because I bet it's never ending. My other question for you, though, is the goal is to have communities use their own compost, or is it kind of like a community compost and a regional compost, and it's in a number of cities are going to providers who are creating the compost for us, and so we kind of have a mix that is basically us and our neighbors?
Yes.
Okay.
So more or less, the compost that's generated here in Bothell will go to one of those local producers and be mixed with compost coming in from other cities as well.
Okay.
But the goal is to use the volumes produced by each city.
Perfect. So there's a compost out is compost in.
Right.
Okay. It would be great to do it, but that would be such a huge lift. So anyway, thank you. Keep doing this work. I'm really excited, and let me know when you start moving these gorgeous piles of compost in so I can appreciate them. Thanks.
Councilmember Aldrich.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Emily, for this presentation. It just so happened that about a week ago, I emailed Public Works Director Lenhart about compost. There was and I don't know, maybe others here have heard the story on NPR about municipal composting programs that would then cycle the compost back into the community and provide it available for residents. The organization that was linked, that was kind of referenced in the story, was consciousplanet.org. And so I'm wondering if there is any type of thought to perhaps partner or to look at, like, I love that the compost that we're sending out is coming back into our public works, but is there a way that we could expand that to include our community as well? So that's one resource, and you don't have to have an answer now, but would love to hear more about that in the future. Thank you.
That sounds great, and thank you for the resource. I think that's something we can definitely look into, and we have done on a smaller scale with events that we have, like Sustainamania, which is our annual sustainability festival, bringing in compost and allowing residents to take that.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. This is one of those other things that I've become to appreciate more now that I'm on council. So thank you. And as a resident, I'm selfishly composting more because we get bigger bins. So I appreciate that more. Speaking of that, is this, just to clarify, is this something that the city government is required to, is this ordinance for the city government to do more of, or is it also for the larger, like the rest of the residents of City of Bothell?
Great question. So this ordinance does pertain specifically to city projects.
Okay, so just city government related things. And we're not, but and to clarify further, we're not getting into the composting business. That is, we're not going to be collecting compost and doing the thing. We're going to just procure it from and use it more. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, cool. I mean, related to that, what Councilmember Aldrichs mentioned, it'll be good to do that so that residents will contribute more to this program and help some more. And do we? I guess you answered my next question, which was, do we do it today? And you said yes, we are already incorporating a lot of those activities into our projects today. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just to confirm. And inform the public, the third bullet that you had there. Is it about informing the public about how to compost more? Is it about how the city uses compost in its projects, public projects?
Yeah, so there are two pieces to that, and you hit them both there. The first is to inform the community about the value of compost, why we compost, and the different uses, why it's valuable to continue to compost at home and at work. And the second piece is to educate them about the different purposes that the city is using it for.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And how big of a lift is this going to be from a reporting and administrative tasks? Because there's a reporting thing every 2 years, so like how big of a lift is it going to be?
Great question. We developed a system to be able to track the compost that we're purchasing, so it'll be easy for us to pull that data and put together in a report like this. A lot of the other pieces that are included, like our organics diversion rates, are reported to us by our waste hauler as well. So that piece of it is also included in information that we already receive.
But you haven't been doing anything with that information. You're going to start creating the reports, and I mean, is it like a day's worth of work? Is it going to be a week's worth of work to do the reporting?
At this point, I'm not entirely certain what
Right.
Ecology's reporting system is going to look like. It starts at the end of 2024, but I would anticipate it would be closer to a couple of days of work for staff.
Cool. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm going to sidebar a little bit and ask about Sustainamania next year. Are we going to go back to an event, do you think?
We are hoping to bring it back in person, barring anything too crazy from happening. That's the plan.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right. I'll just say that we're probably not going to contribute a lot because we have a rolling compost bin in our backyard that we put everything in to try to compost ourselves, but it still doesn't kick off quite enough. So after church on Sunday, we had to go pick up some more. So all of that to say, I think Nick needs a regular pile of compost right at East Norway Hill Park, and that'd be great. But thank you for coming. Thank you for presenting this. This is just super exciting. One of those cool things that's happening.
So you need to adopt the ordinance.
Oh, thank you, former interim city manager Lynn Hart. She's like, I still have to babysit you. Councilmember Zorns?
Thank you. I move that we approve the proposed compost procurement ordinance.
I second the motion.
All right, I have seconds don't require permission. Seconds you can just blurt. I have a motion from Councilmember Zorns and a second from Councilmember Alderks to move the recommended action. Would anybody like to discuss? All right, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alderks?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Menke absent.
Fantastic. Thank you. And thank you both.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Agenda Bill 22153, the Ultra Consent Decree with Washington Department of Ecology. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And we've had a theme tonight of talking about the flow of information as it's coming before council for action. So I just note by way of background, you may remember that Scott Adamick, who is our presenter tonight, he's the capital projects engineer. He was with us in September, in the middle of September, to give an update prior to the a public comment period opening, which then ran through October. Tonight, he's before you with an update, and then also staff does recommend action tonight, which would be to authorize myself to execute a consent decree with the Department of Ecology in substantial form as presented this evening to address the cleanup of contamination associated with the Ultra site. With that, I am going to turn things over to Scott.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. Scott Adamick with the Public Works Department. I'd like to talk with you this evening about the Ultra Site consent decree. So the reason why I want to present this right now is that the public comment period just ended last week. And so the Washington State Department of Ecology and the Department of Justice will now prepare the consent decree for signing. So I will do a quick recap of the Ultra remedy, talk about the differences between the consent decree and an agreed order, which the site is under right now, and then the advantages of a consent decree, and then next steps. So go back to the site here. If you recall, it's right down slope here of the city hall. It was where like 3 dry cleaning businesses were, and they leaked the chlorinated solvents into groundwater. The groundwater migrated down gradient to the south, and so the remedy, there's 3 or 2 real components to the remedy. One is the first will be excavation of soil in the source area, the main site where the businesses were. And then later on, there will be installation drilling of 5 subsurface barrier walls that you can see on the screen there, shown in green with the little dots. The drilling and injection of the permeable reactive barriers will be consisted of closely spaced injection borings. And the remedial technologies, there's basically 3 technologies: in situ chemical reduction, anaerobic bioremediation, and absorption. And the impacts to businesses will be felt by the Ranch Drive-In, Speedy Auto Glass, the Hillcrest Bakery, and Washington Federal. And so we might also have some limited lane closures on the east side of Bothell Way, certainly on 183rd, and possibly Main Street a little bit as well. So consent decrees and agreed orders, both are formal agreements, part of the formal ecology cleanup process, and are supervised by the Washington State Department of Ecology. They both had or have public review periods, and they both facilitate grant funding by Ecology, Environmental Protection Agency, and other agencies. And we've received some money from EPA, and we've received almost half of the cleanup costs from the Washington State Department of Ecology. And also, really, no cleanup work is permitted without prior ecology approval under either a consent decree or an agreed order. Okay, the differences, the agreed order is a less formal tool. There's no settlement or release of claims by Ecology, and there's no involvement with by the Superior Court. It describes work to be performed by the liable parties so that an enforcement order is not taken by Ecology. And if there's any dispute by the owner or, let's say, the city and Ecology, it has to be resolved through management by Ecology. Consent decree is a formal settlement and a release of claims by Ecology. It is filed in court and signed by the King County Superior Court. And there is more oversight, scrutiny, involvement by Ecology because they want to closely look at the work to be taken and performed and want to be more involved generally in data review and information to make any kind of decisions. Another big difference is the disputes are resolved in Superior Court if they can't be negotiated with Ecology. The advantages of the consent decree is it generally provides more assurance, predictability for potential buyers. This assurance will hopefully help the city sell the lot E, F, and G and the city block parcels. And it also protects the city with from third-party claims. Next steps, where, like I mentioned before, we've been under or the site has been under an agreed order to this point, and for investigation, preparation of the feasibility study and cleanup action plan, and once the consent decree is signed by the parties, then we can go forward with design next year and then go into full-scale remedial action around this time next year. So our recommendation is that the City Council approves the City Manager to sign the Ultra Consent Decree. And we do have outside counsel, environmental counsel, Craig Trueblug, available if you have any legal questions that I am not qualified to answer. Thank you.
Councilmember Aldrichs.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. This is not a criticism, but I'm actually a little disappointed that we didn't get to go into the science of like how this works.
I'd be more than willing to talk about the science.
I watched a YouTube video, and it was actually really interesting, especially the adsorption, not to be confused with absorption. And so this is actually really cool sciencey stuff to clean up the soil, and what it sounds like you're saying is that the virtue of the consent decree, does that offer additional technical support as well from perhaps Ecology, or is it really more just oversight, like you're doing it right or you're doing it wrong?
I don't think it provides or makes Ecology provide more technical support. It's probably more scrutiny. I think my feeling is that Ecology is kind of spread thin as it is with funding and personnel. And so I think the city of Bothell, in my view, is very lucky to have the attention of Ecology that we do have right now. And so I think, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question directly, but I think we're getting the full attention of Ecology that we're able to receive.
So they're going to make sure we have a good plan.
Yes.
And that this will be effective so that these lots can be attractive to buyers. And that's a huge benefit. So thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, update information. I had a couple questions around the costs. I believe you said we got half the costs so far. Is that correct? Or?
Roughly, I would say less than half, just less than half, like 45% or around that for the overall, I think, the whole program for the downtown cleanup. I couldn't tell you for this site specifically how much, what kind of percentage, but I think when all said and done, it'll be around 50-50 for being paid by Ecology and other outside sources.
All downtown cleanups?
Yes.
Or just, okay, so be curious to know what those numbers look like in totality, maybe in a future update or something. You mentioned impacts on some of the side streets, businesses, et cetera. What do those impacts look like? Are there any impacts on transit in the area?
Yes, well, let's start with the excavation. Right now, if we're probably going to remove around 700 cubic yards of soil in the area that's unused. That direction, I believe, and that will be like somewhere in between 50 to 100 truckloads. So that's going to be quite a few trucks, moving out excavated soil, and then about the same amount of bringing in clean soil to backfill the excavation. Excuse me. And then for the installation of those subsurface barrier walls, we're thinking it's going to be a 3 to 4 week process. Where maybe a little bit longer, where basically a drill rig is going to be spending, I'd say maybe half hour to an hour per spot, and they're going to be slowly moving down each of those barrier wall alignments, and it's probably going to be a bit noisy, and there's going to be some vibrations. So it's going to be disruptive for that one alignment that is just south of the site here on, I think, 183rd, and then certainly it's going to be it's not going to be the greatest thing for Ranch Drive-In and Speedy Autoglass nor Hillcrest, because they have an alignment right in front of their front door too. And so we have reached out to all the businesses, Jeannie Ash and myself, and let them be aware of there's a fact sheet that we collaborated with the Department of Ecology on, that was posted on the city's website, as well as Department of Ecology's website for this cleanup site. And so, that was part of the public comment period process. And so we reached out as much as we could and let them be aware of what's going to happen in about another year.
Okay, so it sounds like we're being a little proactive with our businesses and ensuring that we minimize the impacts to those businesses and being a good partner with them.
Yes, sir. We're and as the time gets closer, Jeannie and myself and others will make sure that we have good face-to-face contact, communication with them, and walk them through what's happening. In the with a couple months ahead of time, and then as we get closer, so that there's no surprises.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you for that. And then my last question, you alluded to protections, third-party claims. This gives us more protections against third-party claims. And so this is your recommendation to avoid those third-party claims, is that?
Well, that's part of the advantages of the consent decree. I would refer to maybe Craig Trueblood, who's our outside counsel, if he could elaborate on what a third-party claim would be and what kind of protection would be.
Yeah, I am curious about that.
Yeah, he's right here. Craig?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for inviting me tonight. Yes, the type of claim that the consent decree will protect you from are costs that anybody else has incurred in the past or might incur in the future, supposedly to deal with the problem that you're dealing with. So that might be they collected samples from wells or soil, or that they felt like they had to do something that was part of the implementation of the remedy. Because the idea is, of course, you're doing it under Ecology's supervision. And one of the reasons you go to Superior Court with this is because you are cutting off all those third-party claims. It's important to have a process that includes a judge.
Thank you. And that, I think what I'm hearing is not only does it protect us from claims, but in working with the Department of Ecology, ensures whoever that future buyer is or the use of that property that we're doing it the right way. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I wanted to ask, we have a lot of folks who live downtown now, and there's been some comments about like construction noise, and obviously everybody who lives in an apartment downtown was once part of the construction noise for their house to exist. But will the noise sort of be comparable to typical construction noise, and are we maybe going to post like a sign before it starts so people, as they drive by slowly, to be like, what the heck, they can just read like this is what's happening? Is that something we've thought about?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to, we'll have outreach, alert not only the affected businesses directly, but do whatever we can to alert, the nearby residents and other businesses that, hey, what's all that activity happening at the corner, or, why can't I use that street for the next week or so? And we'll try to alert people as much as we can.
Totally makes sense. I always like, whenever you put the fence up that blocks whatever's happening, a sign that's like, this is going to be a Target, or this is going to be this thing. Like, that's way helpful because you can just move on with your life. So thank you.
Councilmember Zorns.
First off, when I saw this was in the agenda packet, I couldn't wait to get into this weekend's agenda. It was just like, this is so cool. Gave a shout to my daughter who is a environmental biology major and a biochem major. And she came over and we're looking at videos and really getting into, okay, those bonds, double bonds are broken, so single bonds. And I was surprised at, if I'm understanding it correctly, how this technology has broad applications with sewage treatment and other things. Is that right? Anyway, ran across some very fascinating videos, so thank you for the information you gave here. It was really, really good. A couple of my questions were answered. I have a couple left. So one is, has Moving Horse Creek, that used to be routed nearby, where the area that we're treating, has that, and now we've put it in its new path, has that affected the movement of the contaminants through the soil, or can you even tell?
My understanding is Horse Creek was a little bit too far to the west for it to probably impact the ultra plume.
Okay.
There was speculation by the consultants when they prepared some of the investigation reports that, and which is fairly common, that utility corridors may have helped guide some of the contamination. And but without doing some really expensive tracer studies and things like that, it'd be kind of hard to tell. I think the consultants have done a good job. There's been quite a few studies, lots of holes in the ground, and I think they've done a good job of doing the basics of delineating nature and extent of the contamination. So, we're certainly, I think, have that well documented. But I think it's, to answer your question, I think it's less Horse Creek and more maybe utility corridors and then natural topography for groundwater transport.
Right. Yeah, I would imagine, with my limited knowledge of science, that just water moving through the soil, they would naturally kind of gravitate and, what is it called, decant along edges of utility corridors and
Well,
pull
there's
through.
preferential pathways, so it's water tends to flow through granular soil, gravel that's clean, or sand that's fairly clean faster than, let's say, silty or more clay soil.
Yeah, and that's where those utility corridors are, right? Then, is this going to impact the parking for these businesses that we're talking about? It sounds like it's going to impact access into Hillcrest. Is it also going to impact parking for like Ranch and Speedy?
Yes, it probably will be, and I think how it'll probably play out is that our consultant will go into design, first and second quarter of next year. And then I think as there's always kind of a constructability review of any kind of design, kind of in the early stages. That way we're not doing, designing something at a high level when we know that it won't work. And so I think, maybe at the 30% or something like that, we'll check with the businesses and find out if it works. And if we need to move, let's say 5 or 10 feet, and makes a big difference for them and it doesn't impact the remedy, because that's the primary goal, is to clean up the site, then that would be something to consider. So I think we'll try to make the design process a bit collaborative.
But you'll have flexibility where it doesn't compromise the project.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
And we're going to have to, and part of that too is avoiding utilities, because we're going to have to, because the figure that I showed you is a conceptual design. It's like a 10%. So when we advance the design to like a 30% or so, we'll be taking into account impact to businesses, avoiding the utilities and doing something that we definitely don't want to do, and we can adjust, by a few feet here or there in some direction.
Yeah, you don't want any whoopsies, that's for sure. And then Ecology, are they going to manage, I think you said that they will manage complaints? What complaint? Did I hear you say that Department of Ecology would manage complaints?
No, ma'am, I don't remember. They're going to oversee compliance with the documents.
Okay.
So the cleanup action plan, one of the documents, the consent decree is the legal tool, but the remedial investigation feasibility study, and then that kind of evolves into the selected remedy, which is the cleanup action plan. That is the document that Ecology will be checking, to make sure, okay, is the city doing this? Is the city doing that? And so that's kind of, in a nutshell, kind of the checklist or the document that Ecology will be making sure that the city is in compliance.
The compliance part.
Yeah.
The complaints will come to you still. If there are.
I think my name and phone number is on the website and all that, so I guess you're right, ma'am.
Well, this is I know this is hard work, but I really appreciate your diligence and your thoughtfulness that you're putting on this, and it's going to be really good when it's all done. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can I make a motion?
Sorry?
You want to say something, or you
No.
make a motion?
Go ahead, make a motion.
I'd like to move to authorize city manager to execute the consent decree in substantial form as presented with the Washington State Department of Ecology to address cleanup of contamination associated with the Ultra site. Can you make those shorter, please, next time? Actually, it's better to see.
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from the deputy mayor, and I have a second from Councilmember Dodd. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Nope. City clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alderks?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra.
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Menke absent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. Thank you.
Thank you. It helps if I turn this on. All right, moving on to Agenda Bill 22154, Council Committee Assignments. I'm calling on you, City Clerk, this time to introduce this item and then turn it over for discussion.
Yep, thank you very much, Mayor Thompson. As you know, council appoints by consensus committee assignments every 2 years. And with the addition of Councilmember Dodd, we thought it was a good opportunity for you to revisit, see if you want to move some things around. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over. You all should have received a list of your committee assignments. I'm going to turn that over to you to discuss, make any changes you deem necessary, and we will go from there. There is no motion. These assignments would be for the remainder of this year and all of next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zorns.
Since she already did it, I'm the alternate for K4C. Would you like to be the alternate for K4C?
Sure, yeah, it's
Okay.
a good time for me.
Okay.
So that's.
All right.
Thank you. Are you sure that I'm not taking away too much?
I have some offers to make. There have been some scheduling changes in my life. And so there are some, and also I think you're uniquely suited and talented in specific areas. So the ones that I am offering, I think you'd actually be really great for. And so if you're interested, since you are I believe the only council member here who's participated in the Community Academy, are you interested in public safety?
Yes.
Cool. And then also, would you be interested in K4C going forward? I love the group. I don't really want to give it up, but I think you'd be great at it.
When does public safety meet?
Usually they're often like Wednesdays at 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Okay. Well, I can't be the alternate and the main for K4C.
No, I will be your alternate. Do you want to just swap
That's
that?
perfect, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That works. Okay. Don't give me like all your assignments though. I'm
Just going to say, the rest of us want to offload some stuff too.
I'm just offering those two.
How many do each of you have?
It's in the sheet.
Like 7.
Okay, I don't have it in front of me. Okay. I don't want to end up with like 20 and then be like, oh yeah, ha ha ha.
That could never happen here, could it?
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm going to mute so you can talk.
I wanted to know if you wanted to take my spot on East Side Transportation Partnership, Saturday mornings at 7:30.
7:30?
Isn't that Friday mornings?
Did I say
You said Saturday. It's
yeah,
Friday
it's
mornings.
definitely Friday mornings.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
And yes, it is really at 7:30. And
Starbucks is open then, so we'll be okay. Thank you.
Do you know who the alternate is? I don't have my paper in front of me on the ETP.
I believe it's me.
Hang on,
ETP, it's Alcabra and Menke. We have Thompson and Alders are East Side Transportation Partnership.
So you're giving up, you're an alternate?
I'm an alternate.
I'm sorry, Mayor, you're an alternate?
No, I'm one of the 2 spots.
He's one of the 2 spots.
Okay.
There's 2 appointees and 2 alternates.
2 appointees, 2 alternates. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so we will have somebody who's been there previously will still be attending, correct? So you can get up to speed quick?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure we.
Yeah.
No, and if you guys give me something, I'm going to bug you about like what happens and all that jazz, so.
I was wondering if we wanted to just give her Davina's old spots. I know we'd reassigned those, but I don't know. Yeah, it was just a couple, and
Sorry, I kind of like being on Human Services. I took her Human Services because I feel like that it ends up that it's not a diverse opinion. I mean, we're all kind of similar concerns,
Yeah.
but I feel like it does represent more of the city council.
Perfect. All right. Are we done?
I'm just going to say thanks, everybody, and hit me up if you need a sudden alternate, and I can try to make it work. I do have a flexible schedule, I mean, within reason. But yeah, so thank you. Appreciate
Awesome.
it.
Thank you for taking some.
We'll make these changes and I'll send it out to the council before we post it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Cal, you had your finger there like you were about ready to say something. Were you going to say something?
I'm just ready for the next item.
Okay, perfect. You're prepared. All right, Agenda Bill 22155, 2023-2024 Legislative Agenda and Policy Manual Adoption. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I was anticipating the rush. So, good evening again, and we are joined online tonight by Shelley Helder, who is our has been assisting us in this effort, and then also works for Gordon Thomas Howell Government Affairs. Tonight, we're coming back after a study session on October 4th, of which you'll recall there was time spent with council over the summer to draft the legislative agenda and policy manual. There was also some consultation with staff, and then Shelley brought forward a draft for consideration at that study session. Before you tonight is that updated draft ready for consideration for adoption, with some changes made based on any feedback received at October 4th that did receive a majority of council support. Those are shown in your packet in red line format, and then there's also a clean copy in addition, just to help you track to know where the changes were. Here tonight, though, I'm going to turn it over to Shelley to talk about those changes, and then she's also here to answer any questions or entertain anything else. But ultimately, we are looking tonight for a motion to adopt both the legislative agenda and policy manual for 2023-24. Shelley, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as City Manager Stannard just mentioned, the documents in your packet include edits that reflect the Council's discussion from the October 4th Council meeting, as well as a clarification for the funding request for the North King County Crisis Receiving Center. So I'll just briefly describe what the changes are. The first edit is on the legislative agenda, and this is a clarification that the funding request for the North King County Crisis Receiving Center is for construction and startup costs only. The statement previously referenced operating costs, and that wasn't the intent of the broader five-city coalition, and so that clarification is incorporated into the draft in tonight's packet. There are two edits to the policy manual. One is an additional statement under the Affordable Housing, Human Services, and Homelessness section that the statement supports policies to increase the behavioral health workforce. The second edit is to the land use and planning section, and it's an enhancement of the statement regarding density incentives and clarifies that the city supports removing barriers that are preventing the development of middle housing types. And that's the conclusion of the proposed changes for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Zorns.
I have a comment here. One, I like a lot everything that you've put together for us and the edit changes with us, and I'm glad you're the person who put this together with staff and not me, because there'd be a lot more changes. We did have public comment, and I thought it was a fair one, looking at some of the cities that are addressing confusion around what middle housing is. And does this mean getting rid of single-family residential zoning? Very strong opinions on both sides with that, and I would like this language to be a little softer so that we are encouraging middle housing, but removing barriers sounds like a broad brush. If it is a broad brush that's going to remove all barriers, including single-family residential zoning, I think that's a conversation we need to bring to the community before we start representing that and getting the community to weigh in on before we represent that as a goal down in Olympia. So if there would be a way to say that we are encouraging middle housing without it being such a broad brush, I would appreciate that, and I think a lot of the community would. A lot of cities are getting a lot of pushback on how enthusiastic some middle housing is getting. I think there's an argument that says, yes, we need middle housing, but we need to make sure that it's balanced and it's considering everyone who lives within the city. So that's my only input on it. And there was also a request from the public that said, could we define what middle housing is? And I thought that was a fair request as well.
And Shelley, to give you a chance to process what the intent of that added language was, or if there was any scope, or maybe even think if there's any amendments. I just wanted to note too that with this document, again, this will inform bills and what would be supported and give Shelley some direction as our lobbyist for Bothell of what she would advocate for down in Olympia. I do, just for clarity for public, want to point out too that the Planning Commission has been working on discussions about some potential land use code changes that would be coming to council. I've been working with Ashley, our Deputy Director of Community Development, to look at what a overall plan of how to bring those forward to council, including public outreach, would look like. So there will be a deliberate discussion here in Bothell about what those land use code changes would be and how they would affect our community, and then how that conversation will be navigated with the city council. So I do want to just make that clarification of that this being in the legislative agenda is not intended to then dictate barriers locally to Bothell. But with that, Shelley, I don't know if you have any thoughts or suggestions of what informed that language change. I think it came straight from the October 4th meeting, however.
Yes. That proposed change was based on comments from the October 4th conversation, where there was comments about a desire for the city to have a more strong statement in support of middle housing types. And there was, I think, in that conversation, a reference to last year's middle housing bill. Last year's middle housing bill was pretty narrowly focused on preempting cities' authority when it comes to land use and zoning. And as Councilmember Zorn's referenced, there's quite a variety of opinions when it comes to not only cities, but individual council members on city councils across the state as to whether or not that's a role of state government. That issue aside, there is agreement that there are barriers to development of middle housing, whether it's zoning, whether it's lack of infrastructure, sidewalks, utilities, whether it's the permitting difficulties or the unfamiliarity when it comes to ensuring middle housing types. There's a variety of reasons that middle housing is not being constructed at the, frequency that single family housing is. And so this statement is meant to recognize that. And if it is the council's desire to support policies that address those barriers so that more housing types can be constructed, that is what that statement would direct me to do. But I am curious to hear from council if that is the position that you would want to take, or if there does need to be a rewrite of the language as was just requested.
The writing teacher in me is coming out, and I'd really like to understand some of the syntax of this question, or of this statement. So support efforts to incentivize cities does the increase also belong to policies, to increase policies that remove barriers? Does that, like, I'm just wondering what the verb is, like, what are we doing with the policies?
We would be supporting the policies that remove barriers.
Okay, and support policies that remove barriers to the development of missing housing types. Okay, that's helpful for me to understand, sort of like what verb goes with policies. Appreciate it.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I might have to go once or twice, 2 or 3, maybe 4 times on this one. Okay, so kind of wordsmithing this a little bit. Just out of curiosity, what are the barriers? I think you mentioned a few sidewalks, things like that, but what are the barriers that we currently have in our community that we can't solve in our community? Because my concern is that when we make a statement that support policies, who's setting the policies? Are we setting the policies, or is the state setting the policies?
This statement in the city's policy manual of state issues that we support is indicating that the city would support the state's development of policies to remove the barriers for development of middle housing.
So if the state says that you will provide this type of zoning in every part of your single-family zoning, then that's a policy that, is this statement saying we would support that if the state says that we have to do that?
That's how that statement reads currently, yes.
Okay. I think it definitely needs to be wordsmith. I'm not supportive of a policy or putting something in our policy manual that says that the state has the right to set a policy that we then are bound by.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you. I think my concern with this is cities in the UGA are required to take on a certain amount of growth. We get our growth targets. We have to plan for it. Not every city around us does that to the same degree. And even if we in Bothell do everything we're supposed to and plan for growth, we go through it with our citizens, we find, let's say a middle housing ordinance that we can all be happy with, and we sing Kumbaya and it passes the end. Obviously I'm glossing over a lot of things here, but my point is there are cities near us that, even just in the 1st district, that have shrunk when we're all mandated to grow, and there are people moving here. So I like the idea of encouraging the state to, within the urban growth area, make sure that every city is doing its job and growing smartly and not putting up barriers to things like middle housing. So I don't want to, in fear of sort of mandate, everybody lives in a 4-plex right now, which obviously wouldn't happen. This just allows people to build. I wouldn't want to be too timid and sort of lose the chance for our entire region to do this responsibly because the state stepped in and said, hey, everybody has to do their part. For whatever reason, that hasn't been happening, so we're going to course correct with a House bill. I want to see that House bill to make sure that we all grow together responsibly and we don't see our city or any one city taking on more of that growth in sort of an unfair way. So I do support the language as is. I'm fine with some wordsmithing, but I wouldn't want to weaken it and not be clear that we all have a job to do and we all need to do it because it's our responsibility.
Deputy Mayor, are you going to say anything?
I support the statement as is.
I appreciate what Councilmember Dodd said, and I wouldn't mind just clarifying inside the urban growth area. In this Yeah, and I mean, all of the policy that will help remove those barriers is not simply zoning, like you mentioned. There was a pretty big list there of things. We need more housing, and this is a type that happens very incrementally and has a pretty low impact on any individual neighborhood, especially if everybody does it. The many hands make light work, and I'm in support of this language, as is. with the possible caveat inside the UGA.
Mayor, if I could.
Yeah.
I support your suggestion of saying inside the urban growth boundary, and I also just wanted to offer some additional insight from the AWC Housing Solutions Working Group. I realize that these policies are very undefined and vague as we reference them in this manual, but to just kind of give an idea of what the AWC group is working on and recommending to the legislature. And my understanding is that the AWC is going to be recommending a menu of options that cities can adopt and choose from, so that that the state would then have some kind of oversight, direction, guidance, suggestion on types of policies that would remove barriers, and then cities would have the power and authority and flexibility to then choose among those what works best for them. So I don't think we need to be too concerned about mandates. And Shelley, if you know any additional information, could you add to this? But I wouldn't necessarily be afraid of mandates coming from the state. We would, the idea is that there would be options and tools available to us that would help us make these decisions.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you. Can I get a clarification on the Growth Management Act? What is the Growth Management Act? What is it for? What does it do? Can anybody answer that for me?
I mean, short version, the idea is that it prevents sprawl and that it keeps us from developing over farmlands, from clear-cutting forests, and it forces a little bit of urbanization inside that area so we can preserve the natural environment outside of it.
And in the Growth Management Act, do we as a city have targets that we have to achieve?
The Growth Management Act will really be a basis of conversation and for the comprehensive plan, that there is a series of goals that should act as the basis for the comp plan. So that'll be, the details of that is something that we have the opportunity to look at in the coming year and around what those 10-year targets would be.
Okay, so in all fairness, over the past 10 year, has the city of Bothell met its growth targets?
I do not know the answer to that, and unfortunately, we don't have a representative from community development here tonight. I'm not actually sure if, from the direction from the council at this point, if we've landed on including any reference to the Growth Management Act into this statement. So I would also propose that if that's still part of the concern, is the opportunity is to find the language here that the council is comfortable with and can support, so that Shelley can bring a legislative policy down to Olympia. So if the GMA is a distraction, I'd say I didn't hear anyone advocating that it has to be in there yet. So I would.
I'm fine having it stay as is instead of adding any reference to the GMA in there.
Yeah. So my point of bringing this up is not that I want to add the GMA into this document. The point of bringing up the GMA is we have growth targets that we have to achieve every year. And in some cases, some cities achieve not only their growth targets, but go over their growth targets. And there's a formula that goes behind that to accept the growth that's coming by 2040 and 2050 here. And so the Puget Sound Regional Council works with this on a regular basis. So we all know that. And I'm just bringing this up for point of conversation. When we talk about increasing density in our community, what does that really mean? Increased density. Increased density where? What part of our community? And what gives me great pause right now in having this conversation, what I think I'm hearing from this council is that we are supporting a legislative agenda. This council would be supporting a legislative agenda that would then support policy coming from the state. That if the state puts forward a policy that says that they're going to mandate that you do this within your city, and that we're supporting that policy, is much different than coming up with a menu of items that we can pick from. If I heard Shelley correctly, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Shelley, because I want to be wrong here. What I thought I heard you say is that this statement says that we would be forced to follow that policy. We would be supporting that policy. We would be implementing those policies. Is that correct? Or is that wrong?
This statement is drafted very broadly to support a legislative proposal that has the goal of increasing options for middle housing. So I think your understanding of the direction that this statement would provide me is accurate.
Okay. Well, it does give me great pause because it's part of the conversation that I think we need to have as a community on how we want to grow and how we want our community to look. I think our community has to have a voice at the table to weigh in on this very important topic. And I know this is just a legislative agenda. It's a policy manual, but words matter. And this, to me, gives the perception that we're saying that we want the state to have control over our community. And now, if that's not what we're saying here, then I want to hear that. But what I'm hearing is that we are saying that we are supportive of the state taking control over how our city, our density, our zoning is applied. So that piece of the language I cannot be supportive of.
Councilmember Zorns, or did you want? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I hear you, Councilmember McNeil. We've spoken in the past, not you and I in general, in this council about regional partnerships, regional issues. Housing is a regional problem. A lot of people, I mean, I just got elected this year, and it's still fresh in my mind when I spoke to all those people. It's becoming unaffordable. And without a regional approach to solving the problem of, if you just take the small aspect of housing prices, middle housing is one aspect. There are so many other issues with housing affordability. But just take one, adding this as a solution from a regional perspective. Cities have not, we've had decades to work individually as each city to solve this problem, yet here we are. Our kids can't afford to live here. I mean, there's no way my kids are going to be living with me. We do need a regional approach, and if we as individual cities, individuals, when I say individuals, I mean individual cities, cannot solve the problem individually, we need to have mandates or guidance, just like the GMA is a statewide thing. We do need to have guidance from the state to help guide us into things. And as AWC, which is one of the big lobbying groups here across the state, is also kind of favoring something similar to having a state policy or a bunch of policies, because I'm sure the state is not going to work in isolation. It's going to work with the cities and the different groups that are representing the cities. And that's why I feel like it's okay if we support the state providing mandates, because we do need a regional solution to this. And individually, we haven't been doing, as cities, we haven't been doing this.
Councilmember Zorns?
Yeah, I know that in community pushback, the idea of middle housing is to make it affordable. The reality of middle housing is that it's not affordable, that the cost of housing goes up. And we are asking Shelley to represent Bothell, not our neighboring cities who are not pulling their part. So, and as Councilmember McNeil said, what this does is it's so broadly worded, it's taking control away from people. And in my doorbelling last summer, people are very concerned from north to south, east to west. They're very concerned that we are not hearing, the state is not hearing about what they want their quality of life to look like. And I am not going to be so, please don't take this personal, I'm not directing at anyone here on the dais. I'm not going to be so arrogant in something like this to say, I know better than you. The public that lives in Bothell and calls Bothell home has to be able to weigh in and say what they want Bothell to look like. This abdicates and takes their voice away. So I can't, and without words changing the wording that gives us more autonomy for the people of Bothell, I cannot support that phrase.
One of the things that I like about this is that it actually does return quite a bit of individual freedom and voice to people, and it takes away a pretty strict local mandate. So in a way, I think we're giving people, by doing this, more freedom to do what they want with their property. You can only control your property. You can't control anybody else's. And I'm comfortable with the language as is. Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you. I think when we talk about the state passing this down, it's not the governor saying, do this, the end. It's our state representatives. It's here in Bothell, it's Representatives Duerr and Kloba and Senator Stanford. And the three of them can't pass a law on their own either. It's our entire state legislature coming up with the bill. We saw when HB 1782 was there, the immediate amendments were about making sure that HOAs still had power. Like, not only can we all contact our representatives when there's a bill proposed, but we elect them just as we are elected. So there is still that voice there. I would also offer, I understand wanting a community to be a certain way, but you buy your house. You don't buy your neighborhood. And if your neighborhood does not see incremental change, it will see huge change when a large lot sells and a new neighborhood forms right next to you, which is what we see in Bothell all the time. I've lived here 28 years. Constant new neighborhoods popping up, things that weren't there when I was a kid, businesses, all kinds of stuff. So there's been constant change, and it's huge change. We don't allow in our law right now incremental change. And I don't think that it's my place, given that I own one lot, to say what my immediate neighbors can do. We have health and safety requirements so that, a fish cannery doesn't open next to me, but at a certain point, it's not okay for other people to try and control what someone does in their lot when it says, I want a duplex instead of a single family home. We can't say that that's going to ruin a neighborhood. So there's a lot of discussion that we need to have around what kind of middle housing and where it goes and all that stuff. But I think when we look at bills that would need to be proposed and passed by our state legislature, there's a lot of sort of alarm at possibilities that I just don't think are really within the realm of what could happen this session. So I'm comfortable with language as is as well.
Deputy Mayor?
That's what happens when you listen. You forget what you want to say. So I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Shelley, are you good? Do you have what you need?
I think we need a motion for adoption of the document.
Oh, perfect. I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Dodd?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Dodd and a second from Councilmember Aldrichs. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Zorns?
I love this, generally speaking, but the fact that we are unwilling to hear what the community wants on this, I can't support it, so I'll be voting no.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yeah, so I also will not be supporting the motion. I think there is a need for affordable housing across our region. We all participate in regional committees and things that are trying to bring affordable housing to our communities in the state of Washington and nationally. But affordable housing has been a long-term issue. Arch came here and talked to us a couple weeks ago. About 30 years they've been working on affordable housing. I have an issue, a pause when we talk about missing middle housing and affordable housing in the same conversation. They can mean two totally different things. And I have great pause when we say that we're going to support a policy or support incentives to cities to increase density, and that's in our land use and planning section It's not even an affordable housing section. I have great pause with this, and I'm not sure that this is in the best interest of the community at this time. I think, yes, we want to support housing. I think there was a survey that was done that said housing is important, but I think we've also heard from members of our community and neighboring communities as well that missing middle housing needs to be understood more, and we should not be having the state legislate what that looks like for our community within our community without having the community weigh in. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Councilmember Alders.
Without having heard a proposal to replace language, I will be supporting this because this is the entire legislative policy manual. Yeah. One item out of how many are here, Shelley? Like 70. There's a lot of guidance in this entire manual, and I really just appreciate the work and effort that you've put into assembling this for us across all aspects of the city, and so. I'm going to be happily supporting the entire manual as is. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will echo Councilmember Alders. We have a lot of issues on this document, public safety, Blake decision. There's a lot of issues for public law enforcement issues last session and the couple sessions before. A lot of laws were passed, so we are supportive. There's guidance here to support changes to those to help fund a lot of those mandates. Transportation, broadband, I mean, there's so many things in here, so I will be, in general, supportive of this.
Mr. Mayor, can I have a point of clarification?
Sure.
For council. At this time, can we make an amending motion?
Yes. There's a main motion on the floor, and we can make an amending motion prior to the vote.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to make an amending motion that we approve the legislative agenda, striking the red line ad policies that remove barriers to the development of missing middle housing types.
Second.
All right, I got a motion on the floor and a second from Councilmember McNeil and a second from Councilmember Zorns. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
No.
Councilmember Alders?
No.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
No.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
No.
Fails 4-2 with council members Alders, Dodd, Deputy Mayor Alcabra, and Mayor Thompson in the negative.
All right, and now for the main motion.
For the main motion, please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
No.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
No.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 4-2 with Councilmember Zorns and McNeil in the negative.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, Shelley, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's always good to see you. And we will move on to Agenda Bill 22156, consideration of the preliminary 2023-2024 biennial budget. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight is the second of at least 3 planned study sessions related to the preliminary budget. As I've mentioned earlier tonight, we had a conversation at our last meeting where council was able to ask questions. You'll see that those were captured in an attachment in tonight's packet, where there's a series of written responses that are intended to just be that, written responses to make sure that the information is captured. And at the same time, if council does have clarification that they're looking for that, we can pick that up at any time between now and adoption of the budget, including at the adoption night. For tonight, though, we're going to kick off a series of conversations where there's some questions that have a bit more in-depth presentations behind them. Tonight, we'll really be focused on fleet and facilities related items. Our next meeting on the 8th, we will be looking at human services and public safety. We may add a third topic, but I will wait till the end of this evening to find out. And then on the 15th, we're really a little more action-oriented around having conversation around property tax and the Snohomish County EMS levy, as well as an update to the annual fee schedule. Those are normal course of business actions that council will highlight and have a separate discussion of. And then as well as response to any remaining questions that are outstanding. We'll also hold a final public hearing. So for tonight, within the fleet and facilities theme, there's really two parts of this presentation and slightly different teams, but we are fortunate that there's a little bit of overlap too. So we're going to focus first on a request specifically around looking at Fire Station 45 and a decontamination shower. Following that, we'll have a conversation related to a series of questions related to the city's fleet. And to navigate us all through of that, I'm going to turn things over for the remainder of the study session to Erin Lenhart, our Public Works Director. Erin?
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's nice to see you this evening. I just wanted to give a little bit of context first before we launch into this conversation. Many of you weren't here when we started the fire station replacements project. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the team work that's gone into this project. So it's really been a team project with Fire Department and the Public Works Department. The Fire Department has provided information and advice along the way when it comes to fire operations and what the fire department needs in the fire stations. And the Public Works Department, in the form of our Fleet and Facilities Manager, Jeff Sperry, has provided project management and expertise on facilities themselves. So this question has two parts to it that align with those two sides of our team. So as a result, we're going to have, and we've reversed the order of how we're going to approach them too. We're going to start with Fire Chief Crone, who will address the question about best management practices associated with decon showers. And then Jeff Sperry will address the questions about what it would take to add a shower to Fire Station 45. So with that, I will drive the presentation, but I will hand it over to the chief.
Okay. Good evening, all. And just to start with, when we talk about a decon shower, you're talking about a situation where there's an emergency that we need to get someone cleaned up now. There's a significant issue. And we really try to not have that occur, bring that back to a station. So what we do in the field now, the best practice is to do gross decon in the field. So at any kind of fire or hazmat or anything we've got bunker gear and SCBA on, we are going to do gross decon before we come back. And if it's cold weather, we'll do the best we can to brush it off. If it's warmer weather, we'll get a hose and actually hose everybody off before they even take their mask off. So they're completely sealed up. We get as much contaminate off them. They do the work, and when it's time to go home, they take everything off and they put it in plastic bags. So they get out of all their gear that they're wearing at the fire or the hazmat, put it in plastic bags. They put it in the back of the rig. It's not in the compartment with them. So now they're back in their uniform, their day uniform or T-shirts. When they go to rehab, we have them wash their face and hands with water and or baby wipes. All the exposed skin, they wipe it off. So when they get back in the cab, they're as clean as they're going to get without taking a shower, basically. And so they go back to the station, and ideally we'd like to get them in a hot shower within about an hour of exposure to contaminants. And that's basically how we do gross decon in the scene and how we handle that around the station. I don't know if the next slide, can you hit the next one? So reference to that, we do have at Station 45, there is a eye wash station. So if you get something splashed in your eye, we can get that immediately taken care of. And there's also a double basin sink there, which is really meant for cleaning all their SCBA masks, their helmets, their gloves, that kind of thing after a scene. Or you can use it for, if you've got something on you, you can get it off you real quick. So again, the likelihood of bringing something back, traveling back to a station in a state that you need immediate decon is extremely rare. If there was a case like that, we're going to have a station or a shower at Station 42. They could divert and then stop and do that. But we looked at that and thought that, the likelihood of coming back. The reason we really put one at 42 is there's more people, there's medics there, there's a situation potentially you could get into something at the station that can contaminate. You need to decon, but we really try not to. And I can't see a situation we would bring that back into a rig that we'd have to get out of a rig and decon at the station, on the ground floor.
Good evening, council members. The design build team has looked into a preliminary design to add a decontamination shower at Station 45. The preliminary design is a full service corner shower in the corner of the decon room, 115 on the page. This full service shower is a full surround hot cold water shower head, drain pan, and connection to drain line. With this design, the only location in the area of decon is to locate it in the decon room. The decon restroom is not large enough to include a full shower and maintain ADA access. The decon room is built with an eye wash station, as the chief said previously, as well as a large 2-basin sink. To add this full shower, it will need to reduce the sink to a single basin sink, which will reduce the space for efficient cleaning of the gear that Chief previously mentioned for the SCBAs, masks, helmets, and gloves, and other gear. The design build team is looking into other alternatives, such as a deluge shower that could be added to the eye wash station, or adding a shower head to the restroom that would not have a surround. It would just have a shower head and faucet for emergency use only. Due to the program and practices that fire has in place for gross decontamination at the scene, as mentioned previously, the likelihood of using a decon shower is extremely low. The scheduling cost to add the shower is high level estimate of $35,000. And schedule impact of 18 to 19 weeks. The 18 to 19 weeks includes final design, permitting, construction, and closeout. With where we're at in the process, and we've already closed out the building for construction and are currently in the warranty aspect of the construction, this will cause a impact to the budget. With a change order with the design builder, as well as contract and warranty concerns. The items, and also for the budget, the currently remaining contingency has been earmarked for alternative scope adds recommended by the fire department during design. The training tower was identified by fire personnel as the #1 preferred alternate add, and currently the design team is currently in process of designing the training tower.
So that's the information staff has for council, and would open it up for your questions or comments and direction.
Councilmember Aldrichs?
I really appreciate the work that went into figuring out the potentiality of this. But I really appreciate what Chief Crone said about the ability to redirect if needed for a decon shower. And so I guess my question would be potentially how much longer? Like, how delayed would that reroute be? And are there safety concerns that would be in addition to like having that additional time for a reroute?
Well, it obviously depends on the call, but most of our calls, I would say they're within 4 or 5 minutes of each other. So typically if it's Station 45, unless they have a call in the north end by Snohomish County, the northern county, it would be significant distance, but likely it's a call probably closer to downtown anyway, and so they'd be halfway between the stations a lot of times. Most of our calls are in this core area. So the likelihood of something happening would be closer to Station 42. Was there another part of the question I missed? Okay.
Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I've got everything taken in. So the likelihood of needing this is low. There will be an option downtown. It's feasible enough to reroute people if needed, in the rare instance we need it. It would cost money that the firefighters have said they would prefer to go to the training tower and other alternatives also. So I feel like let's not do it then, is kind of my take, but I'm curious to hear everybody's thoughts.
Councilmember Zorns?
A couple of questions. Maybe Chief Crone can answer this. I understand a city which will not be named but starts with the letter B provides their firefighters with clothing to put on after they've fought a fire and they've taken their bunker gear off and bagged it up. Do we have anything like that where we allow them to put on fresh clothing?
We don't have a program in place to do that per se exactly. We do allow them to carry clothing with them, and a lot of firefighters do that. They have kind of like a jump kit they bring with them. It's got extra shirt and socks and whatnot in case they do get wet or something on a call, and they can change on the fly. But we don't have a uniform exchange. Some departments do have that. We do have a hood exchange. So if they're at the hood and it gets soiled at the scene, they can replace that and get a new one. But as far as clothing, they're pretty much on their own at this point to bring it with them. But they are certainly allowed to, and several of them do.
Okay, so there is an option to have something to change into.
Absolutely. Yep.
And then you said hot showers, and that intrigued me because hot showers tend to open up your pores, which would allow contaminants to get in. Are these such hot showers that they're sweating while they're in the hot showers and moving it the other way?
Getting past my ability to answer that question, but that's what they recommend is a hot shower. And I don't know that opening the pores helps, but that's what is recommended.
Okay. Well, I would like to see where firefighters that I've spoken to and what we've seen, what Kirkland does, they placed it as a priority. I would like to see us prioritize our firefighters' health and figure out how to get $35,000. I don't know if ARPA, the magic pot that we're all dipping into. 18 to 19 weeks, yeah, that's a chunk of time, but that puts us closer to, almost 5 months closer to having a shower to put our firefighters in than not having that in. So I would like for Station 45 at that end of town to have a decontaminated, a place to shower off, to decontaminate, that doesn't require them walking through the bays and up the stairs and down the hall. So if their showers were like right there off the bay, I'd say, okay, yeah, that's fine. But the fact that they have to travel so far to get to their showers, I think we need a shower close by.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for your presentation. I just want a point of clarification, Chief. Are you for or against this? I mean, you're the target customer of this request, so.
Well, that's put me in a hard spot, isn't it? So.
I mean, you're going to be using it. So if you don't think you really need it, because you did allude to like low likelihood and all those words, I just want to make sure that we're making a decision that actually works for you and your department.
Yeah, I would say this, the chances of ever having to use one are extremely, extremely low for that purpose. Now, you may have other reasons for a decon shower. You may want to wash off gear that's contaminated. But as far as the purpose of having one for an emergency shower for personnel who are so contaminated they can't possibly do anything else but get a shower, that likelihood is extremely rare, because that would have meant they would have had to have brought it home with them in the rig, which I can't see anybody allowing that. And, you know, back in the day, that's absolutely what we did, but anymore, that's not how things work. And so I think that the chances of that happening are really rare, and it would be something at the station you would get into that would necessitate that, and we just don't really have that much chemicals or anything at the station that would do that. It would be more like an eye, right? You splash something in your eye. I can see that happening, but a full body shower, I do not see that happening, and I feel comfortable making that call.
I appreciate that. And I mean, the flip side of that question is, it sounds like there's already something in design, the training tower, I think you mentioned. So that sounds like it's more important than, is it the top of the list, or did you just use it as an example?
Yes, that was at the top of the list for the ad alternates, for any savings.
Can I just add to that real quick? So early on in this, and you weren't here, but we had significant budgeting issues with the stations when the builder came through. And we were trying to do everything we could to bring this in budget on time. And we re-racked a lot of stuff on there. We moved the the administration from Station 42 to City Hall, right, as part of that, because we just didn't have the money to do that. So we were scrambling to get that done. And we absolutely looked at everything we could, and in fact, at some point, when we were trying to get things added back into the project, we asked the local members, hey, give us a list of stuff. If we come up with money at the end of this project, what do you want to see back in this project? And they got a list of 10 or 12 things, and the training tower was number one, right on top of the list. And a couple other items we've already been able to get back in the project, but the decon shower wasn't even on their list of things they had to have in the station, or they would like to see if we had extra money at the end.
Okay, cool. I mean, it sounds like it's reaching the conclusion that Councilmember Dodd reached for me, is that we don't need this. Or it's better to use the money to do the stuff that's top priority for the department itself.
Councilmember McNeil?
Thank you. The shower itself, could that be used for any other outside purposes for community? There's natural disaster or anything like that?
No, this would be all inside. And there was one, I heard some talk about Kirkland having a decon shower. I researched into that, and it's a shower that's accessed from the exterior of the building. So you open the door and you're in the shower area. So it's not a public-facing shower or an outside shower. It's inside the building, but you have one less door to go through. You walk right into this thing from the exterior.
That's the Kirkland one, or that's?
The Kirkland one.
The Kirkland one would be accessible from the outside.
Right, but it's still secured, and you have to have a key or whatever. It's not a public shower, per se.
Okay, and then the main purpose of this would just be strictly for the department? Is that?
Correct.
There's no other community use or anything like that we would use this for? And it would just be for the fire department, or would the police ever have a need for it or anything?
Well, I hope they wouldn't, but they're certainly, I mean, anybody in the city, any city employee would absolutely be looking Public Works. Anybody that got into trouble need to get washed off and certainly come in and use it. But it's not a public-facing type thing.
Okay, and it sounds like other jurisdictions aren't really using theirs either?
No, it's, I would characterize it as, we talked about this before, like NFPA has a set of guidelines and rules they like to do. One of them is they recommend you have 4-person engine companies. Well, who does that? Seattle, right? It's a best practice. It's the greatest thing ever if you can do it, but you can't afford it. So this is kind of one of those things. It's a great idea. I can't say it's not a good idea, but it's not necessarily something you absolutely have to have a safe, efficient fire station.
Gotcha. So there's benefits outweighing the costs. So
At this point, I think it does.
Okay.
Cost or
All right. Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Did you go already? All right, let me go. I mean, this seems like a pretty easy decision. Like our our firefighters want different things. I mean, you guys have already gone through a really extensive process identifying what you want and what we can have given the budget that we have, and I know that that was a ton of work, and I'm not really seeing any convincing reason to do this. It seems like the money's better spent elsewhere if we do have it. You're really going to open this up for seconds? All right, go for it.
It's quick. No, I just wanted to say thank you for the frank discussion and giving us all the data. It's really great to be able to look at sort of the wish list and go off of that as part of how we made our decision, and just be able to, to come to this decision with all that data instead of just like, we think you should do X, the end, because then we would be like, because none of us are experts in this area. So I just wanted to express thanks to everybody talking tonight, because it has been super helpful.
I would echo that too. And we don't need to do a motion on this one, correct? No, because this is a study session. We'll kick it back to you.
Exactly. Thank you, Mayor. So I'm actually going to just turn this directly over to Jeff Sperry to address your questions about Green Fleet.
Again, good evening, Mayor and council members. At the last meeting, there were several questions that we heard, and just want to take some time and go through and see if we can provide an answer for your questions that we saw. So the first one is, can replacements be deferred until after electrification study complete? The electrification alternative fuel study is intended to provide a planning roadmap for the future budgets using the best practices of implementing Green Fleet. This study will assess fleet vehicle operation needs, charging and fuel station needs, program change of operation, and provide a plan and budget to implement. Implementation of the plan will include procurement strategy for infrastructure build-out and equipment purchases, create policies and programs for operations, train staff, and evaluation and performance of use. A rough timeline that I have proposed for full implementation is first, the study completion of 6 to 12 months. Recommendation at that time to the council to the sources of alternative fuels for selection. Procurement and infrastructure build out with major infrastructure being dependent on funding available and may need to be incorporated into the CFP with looking at a minimum of 2 years for that. After completion of major infrastructure build out, there's then the minor infrastructure adds that could be added at the time of the equipment purchases. Again, full implementation to transition the full fleet, I'm looking at an estimated time of roughly 10 years due to replacement of age of equipment at the time. Currently, the city does not have the infrastructure or program in place to support a purchase of electrification or alternative fuel vehicles. The deferral of the current asset replacement would not be of benefit, as this would extend the life cycles of vehicles that have already been deferred, increase in the maintenance and repair costs, decrease in reliability of the equipment, and an increase in downtime of equipment for repairs, as well as impacts to all departments for programs and goals. For the question in regards to what is the rationale behind when vehicles are replaced, the city has a fleet management program administrative order that was adopted in 2013 using best management practices and consistent with neighboring municipalities at the time. The administrative order will be updated after completion of the study. In the fleet management administrative order in general, the guidelines for replacement are based on several criteria and conditions. The heaviest weight is based on age, mileage, and/or hours. As the equipment ages and is heavily used and relied upon on a daily basis, the continued maintenance and repair costs increase, as well as the overall functionality of the equipment is reduced. All of this is taken into consideration when recommending equipment for replacement. At the time of recommendations, the current best management practice is to evaluate the current asset to the current program and recommend the most fuel-efficient platform available that meets the needs of the program, infrastructure, and budget. For the question, can the 5 police vehicles be replaced with electric? Although the 5 vehicles are included in the 2023-2024 budget, 3 were originally budgeted in 2022. They are included in the next budget since the expenditures will occur when they're received. 3 of the 5 levy purchases were ordered in early of 2022. 1 of the 3 was delivered in early October of 2022. The 2 remaining ordered vehicles are yet to be determined for delivery from the manufacturer. The remaining 2 vehicles will be ordered at the next order window in 2023 with an anticipated delivery in 2024. Currently, there is no infrastructure in place to meet the needs of an electric vehicle. There would also be impact to the department's program and operations. Current practice in the Fleet Management Administrative Order is to, again, purchase vehicles that meet the operational need and is the most fuel-efficient option available in the platform. Patrol vehicles are currently being purchased as hybrid interceptors. This is the common practice PD fleets in the area are moving forward with at this time. The scope of the study would identify and provide a plan to transition future fleets to alternative sources. Can electrification study be broadened to look at overall climate impact of fleet? Overall, the electrification study would be complementary to the future climate action plan. If within budget, we can request an analysis of how the plan's recommendation would impact the city's emissions. And are e-bikes a solution for some fleet needs or employee travel? Most of the fleet is designed for department operational need and requirements to perform their program of work. That includes specific outfitting, tooling, and equipment to perform the tasks. Heavy equipment and trucks for city operations, which include public works, parks, and fire, make up approximately 41% of the city's fleet. Police response vehicles make up roughly 29%. The remaining 30% of equipment is made up of light-duty and specialized equipment. The light-duty vehicles are already purchased as fuel-efficient platforms of EV or hybrid options that are available. Aside from Bothell Operations Center, which is 3.5 miles from the City Hall, most city facilities are within walking distance. The current pool vehicles are commonly used for meetings or trainings that are in the area. The city could approach Lime about a pilot project, and further evaluation could be included in the scope of study. And that ends the questions that we had, and if you have any further questions or comments.
Hit the thing so I can see red.
Okay.
Councilmember Aldrichs.
All right, thank you. I'm going to seek a little clarification on the 5 vehicles that are named in the 2023-2024 budget. Based on your presentation tonight, I'm hearing that 3 of them are already ordered. So does that mean they're already paid and that they're getting paid for out of another budget?
No, we pay at the time of receipt.
At delivery? Okay.
Delivery, so due to the delay in delivery from the manufacturer, we're looking that this is going to be in the 2023 for delivery.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And so then the 2022 budgeted items then just got rolled over into the 2023-2024 budget?
Yes, that's
okay,
correct.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hit the red button. Hit the button so I can see red.
Oh, you want to see red?
Yeah, that's because I
Don't call them until you see the red in their eyes.
Neil at all right now, but everybody looks at me, and I don't know if looking at me means they want to speak or not.
Okay,
So
that's a fair deal. One, I appreciate your timeline on this because I feel like as though as we digest full electrification, if that's prudent or not, where we source lithium from, how we handle the batteries, how do we recharge fast enough. Those are all heavy questions. And hearing that there's new technology coming on with hydrogen powered vehicles, I think there's things besides electric that we will be looking at. So I appreciate the approach, the measured approach that you're taking. Hybrid is sustainable. It meets those criteria that you gave us a few times. And hopefully we'll come up with something that's genuinely cleaner in that time frame, and we'll be ready to move our vehicles into something that really works for us. So thank you.
If I can just add a comment about the infrastructure, we have to recognize too that this is going to require a lot of partnerships. We have 2 different power agencies that provide electricity to the city facilities. So working with them to ensure that they have adequate capacity that they can deliver to those facilities if we go the route of electrification. And we also have a partnership with the North Shore School District. We lease space in their facility and we use their fueling station. So it'd be moving the needle with them as far as if we do go the route of biofuels, perhaps for our diesel vehicles and that sort of thing, is working closely with them to get them to participate with the city to make that move instead of the city having to invest in separate fueling stations of our own. So a lot of conversations will come after the study to ensure that we have the adequate infrastructure, both city infrastructure as well as the greater infrastructure with our partners.
Mayor, and to piggyback on that, thank you for that, Aaron. And one thing that I want to note is the school district has reached out to the city clerk about scheduling a joint meeting with the city council sometime in the first quarter of 2023. And I think with that partnership, it might be you typically on those joint meetings, you look for what are some topics where there's some common interest among the agencies. And I think we have several with the school district. But one of the things that we'll put on there and confirm with the council as we get closer to that is having a discussion about perhaps having both staffs from both agencies talk about what is the next evolution of fleets, knowing that, again, in that shared space, if you go out there when school is not in session, you see a lot of yellow buses. So I think that's one where there's an opportunity to keep the transformation of fleet as a conversation with the school districts as our partners as well.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you. I wanted to just give a shout out to talking about how a lot of our downtown facilities are close together, because I think that the best way to tackle the climate is trip reduction. There's no perfect solution talking about lithium and batteries and everything. Like, we're not going to find like this magic car that is powered on good thoughts and everything. So I really appreciate city staff like taking that on and doing that. And I love the idea of a partnership with Lime or somebody who, if it's not feasible to walk to wherever someone is going, to maybe have that option of a scooter or a bike or something. So that's really exciting. Thank you.
Nobody else? I would love to be able to do this right away, but I also am okay acknowledging the reality of the now and that we have things that we have to do in the meantime. I know PSE has resources available to help with fleet electrification, and I know that our neighbors in Woodinville have been pretty involved with them. Is that something, have we had any of those discussions yet?
Yes, I have been part of seminars as well as reached out to our account manager for electrification.
Okay. Going to the police vehicles, the levy vehicles, I don't know exactly what infrastructure, aside from chargers to support electric vehicles, are needed. But if we're not going to receive those until 2024 anyway, can we not get chargers? I mean, what else is necessary, I guess I should ask.
Yeah, so looking at this holistically, while yes, you're correct, we could probably purchase a handful and be able to operate that within our current power grid that we have. But to look at it as a full change in the future, we'll have to analyze and assess the capacity load of the current building. Could potentially require additional transformer if we go to a full transition, as well as program, and that's the infrastructure part. The program impacts that I see would be that our patrol cars are hot seat cars. So they're running 24 hours a day. How do you keep an electric vehicle up and running 24 hours a day without a DC fast charger, which requires lots of electricity? And so that's all goes to our power source and what we have for panel distribution.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, in the patrol cars, if they're hot cars and you're telling me there's not scheduled downtime for those cars?
Not unless they're broken.
Okay. Perfect. I want to do everything we can. I don't want to do what we can't. Like, I want to be reasonable, but I also want to do anything we can to, and even if it's not an entire fleet yet, like if we can add things incrementally before then that are appropriate for it, I would love to do that. And I trust you guys. So proceed as planned would be my general advice. But just anything you can do that in the meantime. Go ahead, Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you. I was able to participate in the Police Department's Community Academy last fall, and having, and I also did a ride-along after that, complimentary, and having the hot seat cars is something that was brought up a few times, as it can cause challenges. And I do wonder if, as part of electrification, we could build in some downtime for these vehicles, because I wouldn't want us to be the first city to electrify our police fleet and then be like, oh, there's all these problems that nobody could have foreseen. So I wonder if that could be part of the study, is okay, if we have more cars but they're more efficient, do we get gains there, outside of just pure, climate action? So just a thought, which you probably already know, but yeah, thank you. I'm done now.
Yes, part of the study is to assess the fleet and the operation of the particular fleet, which is looking at the duty cycle of each equipment and how do you keep that operating, and what's the minimum downtime that it can be to get to a full charge. And that would be all part of the study.
So Mary, to your comments, kind of getting us to close, I just wanted to note that I was scribbling notes as the conversation came, because I was prepared to summarize what we heard in terms of changes that would be proposed to the budget. Didn't hear any on either topic, and what I wanted to just say for clarity too is that we'll now give a summary response of what was presented tonight and some of the conversation. We'll put that into the attachment that you'll see coming in for our next meeting, so that the questions and answers are displayed. I want to make sure that we have, by the time there's adoption, that there's a comprehensive set. Make sure everybody feels like is reminded that we explored things. At the same time, if more questions come up, while we may not have the luxury of having Jeff with us, again, we can, if you have a question, an email to me works, and we can do our best to respond, because ultimately what we want to do is make sure that all of the questions and all of the requests and ideas have been reflected, and so when we get to budget adoption, we make it as smooth as possible. So that's how we'll be looking going forward.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate all of it. And we are going to move on to council conversations. Go for it.
I was going to say, if nobody has anything burning to say, we can go to the executive session.
Everybody's just so excited to talk to Paul.
But it sounds like Jenny has something to say.
We want to do some lawyery stuff. I just want to say that local business owner Jessica Drake at Room to Craft put on a fantastic event Sunday night, the Bothell's first annual Crow Festival. And it sounds like there was enough really positive feedback that they're looking to do that again next year. And I will not complain if Bothell gets known for being a crow city. I think we're already known as a crow city, but like getting some cachet around that and getting people like here around crows.
You want us to lean into it.
Lean into it.
Yeah, I
Yes.
like it.
I love it that you can go to the Suga gallery over there and get a crow shirt that says I survived Bothell's mass murder. And so, did I just put a plug in for a business? Yes, I did. But it's a cool shirt. And also just, my kids really enjoyed the trick-or-treating on Main Street yesterday. And if you, hot tip, if you go towards the end, people are giving away handfuls of candy because they're just trying to get rid of it. So like, wait till the end. And
My 5-year-old's eyes got like this big when somebody was like, "Here, do you want all this?" And he's like,
this big handful.
I coached my kid who missed some trick-or-treating during the pandemic, like, take one, and, sometimes they'll give you another one, and then people were like, here's all this candy, and I was like, well, my preparations have failed me, so, and thanks, I saw so many, like, city staff there, and everybody was so great, and all the businesses were super kind, like, it was just such a great event, and I was so happy to be able to take him, so thank you.
And Jenny, your family like knocked it out of the park with the costumes. You did crows well.
My 13-year-old does not like receiving credit, but it is not fair for me to claim credit for that group costume. It was pretty awesome, and I had a lot of fun putting mine together because in my family we receive assignments, and so that was my assignment, and I had fun with it.
All right. We're going to go to executive session. We're going to adjourn from executive session. No?
No, there's action expected.
Action expected. Okay, cool.
And so
we were going to adjourn for 10 minutes, correct?
under which RCW?
Could you give me just a minute? I know it's right here. Not that I'd already recycled it. Potential litigation pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1I. We are going to be gone until 10:15 p.m. and we will come back for possible public action.
Yes.
All right. We're back from executive session, and I will entertain a motion. Deputy Mayor?
I move to authorize the city manager to execute a settlement agreement with Bobby Wolford Trucking, Inc. and Robert Wolford in his individual capacity in the amount of $1.1 million, and to execute a second settlement agreement with HWA Geosciences in the amount of $800,000.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Deputy Mayor Alcabra and a second from Councilmember Dodd. Any discussion on the motion? City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes?
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Menke absent.
Thank you, City Clerk. We're adjourned.